Sir, Bhuneshwar. He is fellow of the Academy of the Sciences. He is also the fellow of American Physical Society. He is recipient of Bhatnagar Award, Swarn Jayanti Prize, Infosys Award. So,
thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. I would like to thank the Academy for giving this opportunity to speak here. The title of my talk is Phase Diagram of Strong Interactions. Strong interactions are one of the 4 fundamental interactions that occur in the universe, the other 3 being electromagnetic, weak interaction, and gravitational interactions. So I'll start with the phase diagram of water. This is plotted here, pressure as a function of temperature. This is one of the most widely studied phase diagrams in science, one of the most precisely known phase diagrams in science, and it is part of textbook. The constituents, the underlying interaction is electromagnetic. What we are trying to do in our field is try to lay down the phase diagram of strong interaction, the other basic interaction in the universe. It's often called as QCD phase diagram. QCD stands for quantum chromodynamics, which is the theory of strong interaction. The conjectured and experimentally realizable form of this phase diagram is temperature versus baryonic chemical potential. This is just the energy that is needed to put a baryon in a system or remove a baryon from a system. This phase diagram has very rich phase structure. There is a high temperature phase where quark and gluons, the fundamental building blocks of visible matter, are in free state. We call it quark-gluon plasma. A low temperature phase where quark and gluons are confined inside particles such as protons, neutrons, pions, kaons, in general called as hadrons. So that's the hadronic phase. At small chemical potentials, this transition is a crossover. It's a smooth transition, not a phase transition. At large baryonic chemical potential, it could be first order. And the point where the first order phase transition ends and crossover starts is a second order phase transition point, and it's the QCD critical point. Now, this is a landmark point because if we can get this point discovered, then that will make the phase diagram a reality. Why? Because on the top of it is the high temperature quark-gluon plasma. Below it is the hadronic phase. On the right of it is first order. On the left of it is crossover. And that's where the program is getting focused. If we manage to do that, perhaps one day this would also become part of the textbooks. How do we experimentally realize this phase diagram? We need accelerators where we collide heavy ions at very high energies. That takes us to temperatures of the order of 10 to the power 12 Kelvin, where matter melts into its fundamental constituents, quarks and gluons, and then as it cools, it hadronizes. So you have this phase transition possible in these collisions. One thing to notice is as you change the collision energy, as you go to higher collision energy of these heavy ions, the temperature increases, baryonic chemical potential decreases. Those are exactly the x and y axis of the phase diagram. So by changing the collision energy, you have access to large parts of this phase diagram. And that is how we proposed at RIC a beam energy scan program, and whose results I will show. If you go along this y-axis and to high temperatures, you will reach situations which mimic a microsecond-old universe temperature conditions. If you go to moderate temperature and high baryonic chemical potential, you will reach astrophysical objects whose core is expected to have quark-gluon plasma. Now, is that all, or there is a first principle theory which suggests that this is possible? The first principle theory is based on QCD. It is calculated using lattice QCD, where the 4-dimensional space and time are discretized in terms of lattice. The quarks sit on lattice sites, and the gluons are the links. And this formalism can calculate thermodynamic variables such as pressure, energy density, entropy density as a function of temperature. Let's only concentrate for now with this blue curve, energy density divided by T to the power 4. It somehow reminds us about Stefan-Boltzmann law. And if you do a computation to statistical mechanics, you can see that this quantity is proportional to the effective degrees of freedom the system has. So this blue curve diagram translates to how effective degrees of freedom changes with temperature, from small values to large values. So which system can have effective degrees of freedom small? These are the hadronic systems where quark and gluons are confined. For example, a box of pions has effective degrees of freedom 3. There are 3 kinds of pions. Which system can have large degrees of freedom? These are free system of quark and gluons because you have color degrees, flavor, spin, and that gives large degrees of freedom. So this first principle QCD calculation tells that if you cross a temperature of around 150 MeV, then you will make a transition to quark-gluon plasma from hadronic matter. So that has the theoretical footing. How do we do it? This data which I'll show you is from relativistic heavy ion collider, which is a facility which exists at Brookhaven National Laboratory in USA. It's a collider with a circumference of this is about 3.5 to 4 kilometers. And we collide heavy ions and at very large speeds. So you try to create the conditions, high temperature conditions to form quark-gluon plasma, and then it cools down to hadronic phase and you study these transitions. Now the challenge is that these femtoscale systems, both in size and in time. So that makes experiments very difficult. Ironically, for this femtoscale system, you need meter scale detectors, and it's a very complex system, and hence minds from many different parts of the world come together to build these experiments. The key to this is there are a few things which we have to measure accurately. One is we have to identify the particles produced in these collisions with high purity. And that we do, these charged particles lose energy through ionization process in the detectors. And for a given momentum, these relativistic particles, the loss depends on its mass, and that is how you identify the different kind of charged particles. The other technique is you make them pass through a fixed distance. The time taken depends, for a given momentum, depends on the mass of the particle. That's the time of flight technique. Also, the detector is kept inside a solenoidal magnetic field of about 0.5 Tesla that allows us to have accurate momentum measurements. And we have some uniform kinematic acceptance to do our studies. The next thing is, what is the observable? There are many observables. The one that I picked up to discuss here is one which can be measured in experiment and has direct relation to what can be calculated in theory. So the observable is net proton number distribution. One collision is one event. In that event, you have many particles produced. You identify how many protons are produced, how many antiprotons are produced, and you take a difference and fill the histograms collision by collision or event by event. The shape of this distribution is governed by the moments of the distribution. Mean is the first moment, variance second, skewness third, kurtosis fourth. And what we found is the product of moments or ratios of cumulants of the distribution are related to ratios of susceptibility which can be computed in theory. That is direct one-to-one correspondence. And this we showed here. These are skewness times standard deviation, kurtosis times variance as a function of collision energy. Red points are data. Open points are first principle QCD calculations. Beautiful agreement between theory and data showing QCD is the theory of strong interactions in non-perturbative regime, finite temperature. Of course, there are some caveats, assumptions which one needs to keep in mind when you do the comparison. But the key is you can measure the left-hand side and you can calculate in the right-hand side. So now I will walk you through what we have concluded on the phase structure. First, all these make sense if we have formed a thermal system. Now, how do we prove there is thermalization? We take help of model and data. Now, the cumulants of those distributions, multiplicity distributions, are related to susceptibilities, I just now discussed. Susceptibilities can be computed in theory by taking derivatives of pressure with respect to chemical potential. Now you do that, and you have the first order moments, second order, third order, fourth order, and then you calculate, you take the model is a statistical model assuming thermodynamic equilibrium and a grand canonical ensemble picture. And the data minus model divided by uncertainties are plotted here. This is as a representative for 200 GeV, 1 collision energy, 39 GeV. You can see there is excellent agreement between a thermal model and the data, and that's how we conclude that the system has thermalized. But the microscopic mechanism, how this fast thermalization happens in a femtoscale system, is not yet understood fully. Now, what are the temperatures that we reach? Here is the first principle QCD calculations extrapolated to a continuum limit in lattice. The lattice spacing goes to 0. And you find that the temperatures that they say the transition will take place is now precisely known. It's 156.5 MeV. 1 MeV is 10 to the power 10 Kelvin. What are the temperatures that we attained in our experiment? Since it's a thermal system, you expect the distribution population of particles as a function of its momentum or energy to be exponential. Then the slope of this distribution gives an idea of temperatures. The temperatures reached can be as large as 800 MeV, 4 times larger than the transition temperature. So we form coagulon plasma, it hadronizes as it cools, and we can study the phase structure. Now, in the phase diagram, in the small part of the baryonic chemical potential, it is expected to be a crossover. This has been precisely known in theory. How? They calculate susceptibilities as a function of temperature. This is a quantity which changes with temperature for 3 different system volume. The volume varies by factor 8. What you see, the peak height and the width does not depend on the volume, and that rules out it's a first order or a second order. It's a smooth transition from hadronic to coagulon degrees of freedom. This theory, again, this is lattice QCD, goes on to say that if you can experimentally measure the 6th order cumulant divided by variance, it should be negative at these temperatures. So do we see that in experiment? Here are the measurements. This is C6 by C2 of this net proton number multiplicity distribution as a function of collision energy. The values are negative. At low energies, there are large error bars, but broadly they are negative and consistent with expectation of crossover. At a very small energy, it's positive. Maybe the system did not make the transition, and that is under investigation. We have collected high statistics data to reduce the error bars here so that we can say how long is this crossover region. What about first order? Now, first order generally involves mixed phase. So there are 2 phases contributing to the multiplicity distribution. That makes the distribution bimodal. And then the mathematical property of this bimodal distribution is if you calculate the factorial moments, they should increase with order and flip sign. So that is the experimental signature. Now let us see what we get. This is a busy plot. This is collision energy, factorial moments, 4th order, 5th order, 6th order. I draw your attention to this 7.7 GeV because first order is expected at large baryonic chemical potential. That's the lowest collider energy we have. You can see it's positive, values of the order of 10 or less, large uncertainties. 5th order, it goes negative, values increase. 6th order, the values are large, but the error bars are also large. We have now high statistics data. We are analyzing it to reduce this to see if we get the signature of first order. Now coming to the last one, the critical point. Now this is something which is known very well in condensed matter systems. This is the phenomena of critical opalescence, where a transparent liquid turns milky because of large density fluctuations. We are trying to see similar behavior for strong interactions. Now, what are the predictions for that? These are the recent theory calculations which suggest that this is the region in the phase diagram where you expect the critical point to lie. It's actually a critical region, so we expect that the signals we could pick up even if we do not exactly pass through the critical point. What is the experimental signal? From a QCD-based model, it is predicted that if you look at 4th order fluctuations as a function of collision energy, then you should see a non-monotonic variation in this quantity. And what did we see a few years back with the first phase of the program? This is fourth order fluctuation. This is exactly C4 by C2 or kurtosis times variance. And you see a non-monotonic variation. This is, we quantified at a level of 3 sigma only. The error bars are large, so we took a phase 2, and here are the result in the phase 2. This is the same C4 by C2 as a function of collision energy. These are the data points. These open points are a particular condition in data where we do not expect critical point to be there. There are 3 bands corresponding to 3 possible other baselines based on, one is based on hydrodynamic calculations, the other on transport, the third is thermal. The best way is to look at is data minus reference by uncertainty, and you can see, okay, you can see that at 20 GeV, there seems to be a dip. If you take a data-driven baseline, it's about 5 sigma. Other models, then it can vary from 5 to about 2.5 sigma. That is where we stand. Lattice QCD calculations from first principle suggest something interesting would be between 10 to 30 GeV. However, we need a dynamical theory calculations in order to conclude the existence or non-existence of the critical point and what is the source of this deviation in data. So then I will summarize. So we have been carrying out a dedicated experiment in this facility for this particular project. The experiments have been running for 25 years now. It will end in March 2026. But when we proposed the beam energy scan program, it's roughly 15 years now. And we have been making measurements slowly and carefully. There are theory programs which are also being undertaken. What I showed you is that there are comparison of theory and thermal model that the system has attained thermalization. These are femtoscale systems, and how this fast thermalization happens, the microscopic physics behind this is still under debate and not known. There are clearly two distinct phases, the high temperature phase of quark and gluons, which are deconfined, the confined phase of hadronic matter, those are established. The crossover at low baryonic chemical potential is also fairly well established. I have shown you only one of the results. There is an intriguing experimental result at a level of 2 to 5 sigma depending on the choice of baseline. This is being very hotly debated in the field. Our papers, our last paper, the PRL came out 2 months back. And we are still continuing to gather as much statistics as possible and perhaps move to high baryon density experiments. One of the facilities FAIR at GSI, the other is NICA at JNR, to establish the first order phase transitions. Studies are underway. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, we have time, so we can take a couple of questions. Yeah, ask.
In the phase diagram, you have color superconductor. So are there experimental signatures of them?
No, normal matter can go only up to the nuclear matter, which is mass of proton, neutron, about 930 MeV. So how to push to beyond that is experimentally, our experiment cannot reach.
Whereas collapsing neutron stars, people talk about color superconductors.
Could be. So maybe now that there are gravitational waves and things like that, we could access that. But in a laboratory scale, we cannot reach there.
Also, I've heard that these collisions give you like a flat pancake.
That is because these nuclei, which are usually spherical, are traveling with relativistic speed. So they are Lorentz contracted along the direction of motion. That's the picture. Of course, we cannot see that, but that's the picture which is shown in the illustrations. That's the reason.
Yeah, Avinash.
Vedant,
So, yeah.
one point which always worries me is that one is comparing experimental data with lattice QCD.
Yes.
But actually what worries to ultimately the continuum theory. The transition from lattice to continuum is something very subtle.
So I showed you one of the results from lattice. So now lattice, all lattice results try to go to the continuum limit. That is, this is somehow reducing lattice spacing. And these are their calculation data points, and then they extrapolate and see where they reach.
It is the extrapolation which is the, that's the,
If we have many points here, then it would be a better one. But these are also computationally very expensive
I know.
calculations.
That's the tough, so that's what it's about. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if there is no more question, then let us thank the speakers
Thank you
once
very
again.
much.
So the next speaker is Shat Prasad Senanaik. He is also from the NICER, Bhubaneswar. He did his PhD from JNC and postdoc at England. So please.
Okay. Thank you very much, organizers and the Academy, for inviting me for this thing and presenting our research. And I would also like to thank the local organizing committee for all the nice arrangements. So today I'm going to speak to you about polarization engineering for artificial neural circuits. So we are a new lab at NICER. We work on device physics, trying to understand the charge transport in different new generation semiconductors and see how it goes. So basically, we work on wide range of topics, starting from field effect transistors. So that's basically the bread and butter. We make transistors and try to understand the charge transport physics. Some of the things which we're interested in, using molecular memory for making neuromorphic devices, using molecular materials. That is something which I'm going to discuss today. We work on solar cells. The one new thing which we have started is having gyro-optical detection, or having a procedure to detect chiral light. And then finally, we work on X-ray detectors. So with the growth of civilization, like we are going to have more and more miniaturization. So the field effect transistor, as we can see, this is the first field effect transistor in 1950, which got the Nobel Prize. And now with Moore's law of scaling, we are going to have smaller and smaller transistors. So this has made a lot of data processing and improvement in computation, which has improved our standard of living. So what happens is these transistors actually form the basis of all circuits and all logic circuits, memory, and a lot of other applications which we see. So due to this miniaturization, what has happened is the energy consumption has significantly increased. So if you look into the energy consumptions, we are reaching level of in 2025. The data, for example, the data storage capacity which is required for processing all the information which we're generating is reaching somewhere around 181 zettabytes. And what is expected is that majority of the energy consumptions in most of the country is going to be because of these data centers, which is going to be also the centers for all the greenhouse things. So basically, hence it is very important if we are able to optimize the way we do computation and data processing, so that we can have an overall low carbon footprint for all our devices, and hence it will be more greener source of energy and more greener way to do our processing and computation. So this has resulted in this way of doing computation, which we call is the neural learning or neural circuits, which basically got the 2024 Nobel Prize. So these are more energy efficient ways of computation, more energy efficient way of data processing, and the communication between memory and data processing together, which makes this process very interesting. So what happens in a typical CPU is, in a typical CPU, it is a sequential processing. The processing happens sequentially, and more importantly, the memory and data processing are way separate. So this increases the time of processing, and it is more energy intensive. However, in a typical human brain, the process of memory as well as data processing are clubbed somehow together, and moreover, the processing happens parallelly. If you compare how is the energy consumption typically, and if you compare typically our cloud computing and the neuromorphic computing, in a typical cloud computing, most of our data which we need, or most of our memory requirements, or most of the processing which we do and which we send to the cloud, it actually takes up around 70% of the total energy consumption. And if you're able to minimize this process by clubbing the processing and the memory together, then obviously we are going to save a lot of energy, which will be in long term is going to be very, very helpful for us. In that way, so this is basically the thing. So in a computer, it follows a set of rules. These are faster but they are sequential processing, and it learns via programming. Whereas in the term of in neuromorphic memory, or in our brain, which actually consumes very less power. For example, a typical human brain consumes only 20 watt of power, and it has the capacity of storing 2.5 petabytes of data storage. So if you are able to make electronic circuits which can match this amount of energy consumption with such low energy consumption, we are able to store large amount of information, then obviously we are going to solve a lot of problem of having large emission or large energy consumption from our data storage. So there has been instances like, let's understand how exactly a neuron works. There are experts who know maybe better than me. So, but what happens in a typical neuron is we are actually having a movement of ions. So this change in these movements of ion actually changes the conductance and consequently the potential in the neurons, which results in particular conductance states. And we are trying to emulate if we are able to change the conductance state periodically or sequentially, which will give multiple state of memory. For example, in a typical transistor, we will have two states of memory corresponding to the off state and the on state. But in these cases, in the neuronal memory, by different level of conductance states, we will be able to have multiple bits of memory in a particular device or in a single device. So can we demonstrate these type of systems, or can we demonstrate such a property in a typical device, and we can emulate in a typical device and see how it goes forward in a technology. So there has been instances, for example, these are some of the ways how people have tried to emulate neurons. One of the ways is the formation of, this is basically formation of a filament in basically an oxide, which results in conductance states. The other way has been by using shape memory alloys, or where we can actually modulate the crystallization. There are ways using ferroelectric materials and also using ferromagnetic materials. So our approach is slightly different. So I'm going to show you basically two approaches, one using a conventional two-dimensional device and another using a three-dimensional device. So in a two-dimensional device, we are basically working with metal organic frameworks. So these are very interesting material because of the fact that they have both electronic and ionic conduction, and we can emulate the fact that we will be able to control the electrical conductivity by the movement of ions. So ions basically could be scattering centers for electron, and if you are able to modulate the electrical scattering or electronic scattering by the modulation of ionic conductivity, we can have different resistance states. So what we observed in these devices, in these materials, so this is a very simple simple synthesis where we mix two salts and we reach a particular material, which actually interestingly forms networks, whether it's a one-dimensional network or two-dimensional networks, and we measured the typical IV characteristics. Okay, thank you. So we measure the IV conductivity using a two-terminal lateral device, and what we see is that we are able to have, or we are able to tune the hysteresis in these devices by changing the way we do the scanning of the voltage, which means that we are, this is the first signature that we are able to tune the electrical conductivity, because what we are measuring is the electrical conductivity, and we are able to tune the electrical conductivity by the way we do the measurement, which means that possibly we are doing something with the ions and we are modulating the scattering center. So this is a typical method where we actually estimated the electrical and ionic conductivity. What we do is typical Ohm's law, where we reach an hysteresis-free regime where ions and where we are able to measure the total electrical conductivity, and we see that as we change the cation, we are able to modulate the electrical and ionic conductivity. So that means we can play around with the molecular structure and see a modification of the ionic conductivity. So what happens basically is, if you look at this graph where we have the black curve, so the black curve is the pristine IV characteristic measurement of the device, and when we poll the device for around 5 minutes, we're actually moving the ions to an equilibrium position upon biasing, and when these ions have reached a particular quasi-equilibrium condition, then we are able to modulate the conductivity. For example, if I apply 40 volts for 5 minutes, I'm able to increase the conductivity to some extent, and if I apply a minus 40 volt, I'm able to decrease the conductivity. So which means I'm able to modulate and get two states of conductance, which corresponds to a typical memory. And if I want to measure, then we also observe that if I leave the device at a particular, what we call as the LRS, which is the low resistance state, and the high resistance state, it actually retains the state for quite a long time with hardly any degradation, which extrapolates to a couple of years of memory retention. We could also controllably read, write, and erase these memory by applying sequence of voltages. Now coming to this, so not only that we are able to have two state of memory, we are able to have actually, if depending on how much time the voltage is applied and what is the magnitude of the voltage, we are able to move ions to a particular position, and consequently we are able to modulate the electrical conductivity, and hence we are able to observe multiple state of memory. So this I'll explain in little detail later on, and this is a signature of a typical artificial learning which is happening in these neurons, and this we call it as symmetric anti-Hebbian learning. These are the observations where we could actually convert a two-terminal device which is having a 2-bit memory in the extended state or a long-term memory to a short-term memory with a multi-bit of data storage. So, okay. Now we thought like, okay, maybe but for actual miniaturization and if you want to integrate into a lithographic circuit, it is important to have a 3-terminal device. So 3-terminal devices are more conducive for making into a logic circuit or other applications. Hence we thought like, let's see what we can do further and change from a 2-terminal device to 3-terminal. And for that reason, we plan to use a ferroelectric dielectric. So this is a typical ferroelectric dielectric. So it has, this is the polarization loop of the ferroelectric dielectric, where we see significant amount of polarization retention and saturation, and we could also switch the domains. We could also switch the domains using the piezo force microscope. Like we could align the domains based on the electric field we apply, and that means that we are able to switch the polarization of this particular ferroelectric. And another signature of a ferroelectric material is the second harmonic generation, which we observe in this case, and it's comparable with conventional ferroelectrics like KDP. Our thing is, if we should be able to solution process everything, and it should be all done at low temperatures. So we thought of using a field effect transistor geometry. So this is basically to tell a little bit about field effect transistor. A field effect transistor is a 3-terminal device. So we have the source, drain, and the gate. The charge transport happens between the source and drain at the semiconductor insulator interface, and we can modulate the conductivity of the channel by using the gate electrode. So when there is no gate voltage applied, it's basically the off state of the transistor where we have hardly any current flowing, and as we increase the voltage, we are inducing electrostatic charges at the interface, which actually flows under the drain source bias, and that corresponds to the linear regime of operation, that we can increase the conductivity as we change the gate voltage. And this will go on till the extent that we completely fill up the charge carriers with completely fill up the channel with the charge carriers, and that's the saturation regime. So basically, a transistor is also a switch which operates between the saturation regime and the off state. And in this transistor, we basically get two characteristics. One is called the transfer characteristic, and this threshold voltage is the voltage from when the conductivity starts, actually from when the channel becomes conducting, and that is one of the important parameters which we use to control the memory. And these transistors actually form the basis of any logic circuit which we have in any of our computer or electronic displays. So what we thought is, we have actually, instead of using a conventional dielectric, we have used this ferroelectric layer over here. So these ferroelectric layers, obviously we can polarize the dipoles in such a way that it will induce, and we have a P3ST, which is a p-type semiconductor. We can align the dipoles in such a way that we are able to preferentially induce only one particular type of charge carriers, and hence we will be able to shift the threshold. So what we observe is that if you are able to polarize the dielectric in such a way that P3ST, which is a p-type semiconductor, we are able to induce holes in this semiconductor, we actually increase the channel current, which we call as the low resistance state. And similarly, when we oppositely polarize the dipoles, we are able to remove the holes, or we are able to induce the minority carriers, which are electrons, which actually can recombine with the holes, and that corresponds to the high resistance state. So in that way, we are able to tune the conductivity of the channel taking advantage of the polarization of the ferroelectric material. So this is resulting in two states of the memory, and we could see the retention of this memory once we write the information, or once we polarize the ferroelectric material, it retains for quite a significant amount of time. So, okay. So then we wanted to take advantage of that because the polarization switching can happen directly from 0 degree to 90. It can align from 90 degree to 0 degree along the field, but we could switch the polarization, and the components of the polarization can be taken advantage to observe multiple state of memory, and that's what we do in this case, where we are able to observe multiple states of memory. And we could also make a single transistor is generally, we could save 0 or 1, but we could, depending on the angle of polarization, we could have components of polarization where we are able to save 2-bit, 4-bit, and 6-bit of memory on the same transistor over a period of time. So after that, we wanted to use this for observing something what we call as the reservoir computing. So in a general, when we have a typical pattern recognition, what we do is the system does not learn from the previous observation in a typical computer. But however, in these devices, as we keep on polarizing the system, the polarization of the ferroelectric changes, and that's where the system learns from the previous observation, or sequentially it learns from the previous observation, and thereby it improves the accuracy of the pattern recognition. So we have used it to for recognition of different alphabets, of almost all the alphabets, and we observe that in comparison to conventional computers, which has an accuracy of 57%, we are able to increase the accuracy quite a bit because of this reservoir computing, where we are able to improve the learning based on the previous observation. So what we is that if you are able to integrate modern computing with neural circuits, it will be a game changer, because we will be able to improve on the data processing and memory together in a same device. And this will go to a large extent in going beyond the Moore's law of scaling, while we are using a relatively low amount of energies. And to put in perspective, in these devices, if you can see, the currents are in the order of nanoamperes, and we still observe distinctive states up to 50 states of memory in a particular device, so which will correspond to an energy consumption in the order of nanojoules. In comparison, conventional computers, conventional transistors will use energies in the order of millijoules. Hence, these are at least 10 to the power 6 times better in terms of energy consumption. And if you are able to really integrate these neural circuits into modern computation, then it's going to be a game changer in terms of new technologies. So I'd like to acknowledge the two of my chemistry friends who actually helped in synthesizing these molecules, and my students and the funding agencies. So this, just go back, sorry. The work is mainly contributed by these 4 students who have worked on this, and thank you very much for your time.
So we have time. Yeah, please.
Yeah, very interesting. For this ionic conductivity, did you measure the transport number of the ions?
We could estimate the number of ions which is moving, which is there. But
no, the total transport number should be 1. So if it is an anion or cation, the reason is SbF5 along with one more F, SbF6 minus.
Yes.
So these are complex ions where mobility will be very small.
Yes.
If you can estimate, because then the total conductivity, ionic and electronic, you can separate out.
Yes. We actually have separated the ionic and electronic conductivity. So as we increase the scan rate, then ions will not be able to follow the voltage scan, and that time the measurement is basically electronic. So that's how we have separated. But if you want to have a modulation of the electrical conductivity by the ions, then we need to be in the intermediate regime, where
Sure.
ions also move and they act as scattering center for the electrons.
0.8, 0.6 transport number can be estimated. That would be useful.
Yes.
Similarly, your IV shows a memristor behavior. Did you
Yes.
analyze it?
It's actually a memristor. I didn't want to tell it as a memristor.
I know. Okay, good.
Yeah, regarding the metal organic framework,
Yes.
the ion movement, what is the nature of ion movement?
Yes.
Is it a diffusion, simple diffusion, or by some other ways?
It's actually, so we have a bias applied, and so what is happening when we make this structure in a thin film, we have vacancies which get created during the formation of thin film. So these ions effectively hop through the vacancies. So that is the basic mode of ionic conduction, and the electrons are moving through the metal bonding. So that's how.
So the mechanism of the electronic transport should be quite different from the...
Yes. Mechanism of electronic transport is because we have silver bond. So it happens through the silver bond, but the mechanism of ionic motion happens through the vacancies which get created when we make the thin film.
Yeah. But
So
how
it's
is it related to the structure, metal organic framework structure?
Yeah. So if we go into the detail of this, I'll try to. So we have compared both a 1D structure and a 2D structure. So in 1D structure, we see that the ionic conductivity are really low, and consequently the electronic conductivities are also low. But in the 2D structure, we have more area for movement, or more geometrical area for movement. I think. So if we see, this is a 2D structure. So I do not have the photograph of the 1D structure. So if we compare the ionic conductivity, so when we compare this MCP, ACP, as we change the cation and as we change the organic group and the anion, we are able to tune the dimensionality of the conductivity. And that's how when we go to a one-dimensional, it's more defect prone compared to a two-dimensional structure.
Have you any mechanism to determine the dimension of the conduction process?
So actually, if we do a temperature dependent and then you fit the conductivity to the temperature, then we can estimate the dimensionality of the transport.
Excuse me. Yeah. How the electronic properties of the organic framework what role it plays in this case?
So in this case, so what is specifically happening? So MCP and ACP are the two organic frameworks, right? Yes. So by tuning the MCP and ACP, we're actually tuning the dimensionality from one-dimensional to two-dimensional. Yeah. So having a two-dimensional transport is more better in terms of having larger current numbers. So if you have a larger current number, then we can include more states of memory in between. So if the off state is like 1 picoampere and the on state is 1 nanoampere, we will be able to, let's say, put 100 states. If we are increasing it to 100 nanoampere, we'll be able to put more number of memory states in between. So that's the advantage when we go towards, but we should not increase it significantly like a 3D structure, where the currents will also go up significantly and then the power consumption also goes up. So we need to play around and optimize it to reach a sweet spot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. I mean, I'm not in the field. Yesterday we heard talk about the AI. So I wonder, what if I use AI here, what happens?
So actually AI, if I directly use the AI, the accuracy of the pattern recognition is 99.9%. It's like almost 100%. If I use the AI, but take the data from the modern computer. So what we want to do is we take the data from my device and use it from pattern recognition. Then we are lower than the pure AI where they use the modern computers. That is 99.9. Our thing is around 72% or something.
No, but if that is so, then why not adopt AI? Why?
No, the problem is the problem is when we are using the modern computers, the processing and memory is independent. So then, so most of the energy consumption happens because we are sending our data from the computer to the cloud, and that's energy intensive. Most of our computing, which does not really require high performance, because what we do in our laptop does not require really high intensive computation, but it actually energy consumption is mainly data transfer between the computer to the cloud. So if you are able to and that constitutes around 70%. There is one review which came recently. They have calculated the number that constitutes around 70%. So if you are able to minimize this number by somehow clubbing memory and data processing together in a single chip, then it will be much more energy efficient for the overall computational power consumption. That's basically this thing.
Now there is a big talk about these quantum computers coming and so on. So how is that going to?
So neuromorphic. So when we talk about any quantum computers, we'll actually be using these neuromorphic systems inside them, because that's also in terms of energy budgeting. But neuromorphic computers are going to be eventually part of the quantum computers, but the way of working of some of the aspects of quantum computers are different. They are going to use the quantum states, for example, whether it is spin or whether it is small molecules or atoms trapped in gases. So the way of working is slightly different, but some of the components of neuromorphic computing will be used in quantum computers.
Thank you.
May I? A quick question. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to plead my ignorance. Fascinating lecture, Satya Prasad. Which way your research is going to enhance our understanding on neurological disorder, knowing fully well that an average humans have 86 billion neurons, and circuit of the neurons in the human brain tend to change because it is highly dynamic entity. Yes. Could you comment, because our chairman has said no time, so brief comment from your side. I'll appreciate that. Yeah. And I thank you in advance.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. I'm not an expert in everything, but then what I understand is these are the demonstration of one neuron's functionality. So one of the big challenge for us is if you are able to integrate these, typically a chip, a normal chip has 10 to the power 7 or 10 to the power 9 transistors. But if you are able to have that level of integration with each device is one neuron. So if I'm able to integrate that, that's one of the big challenge, and then make it into a neuromorphic computer, that will be the real future.
Thank you so much. I want to talk to you.
Yeah, so let us thank the speaker once again.
Thank you.
So the last speaker of this session is Shukanya Ghosh from Central University of Kashmir. She did PhD from JNC and spent a couple of years at ICTP. Shukanya.
So it is on. So first of all, I would like to thanks IISc for giving me this opportunity. The title of my talk is Interplay of Unusual Structure Deconstruction and Exchange Mechanism followed by Electron Correlation in High Temperature 2D van der Waals Magnets. And since past 1.5 years, I am working as an assistant professor at Central University of Kashmir. So first of all, this magnetism, it has long history, because this name magnets are believed to be originated from ancient Greek city named as Magnesia, where one day one Greek shepherd accidentally discovered that his iron stick is getting attracted by a stone, which was popularly later known as lodestone or magnetite. And since his discovery, magnets are widely used for various applications in human civilization till date. And actually this magnetism is originated from the electron spin or the alignment of electron spins in materials, which give birth to a new area of science known as spintronics. And spintronics is believed to be more advantageous than conventional electronics due to these following reasons. Now here I am mainly interested in van der Waals materials, where different atomic layers are held together by weak van der Waals interaction. And the main advantage of such materials is that these atomic layers can be arranged in different ways. And in this family of van der Waals materials, there is a newly discovered members exhibiting magnetic properties, which are popularly known as van der Waals magnets. And I am mainly interested in the two-dimensional or quasi-two-dimensional form of these van der Waals magnets, which are really useful for modern technologies, especially spintronics. And this field of 2D van der Waals magnets has started from 2017-18 with the discovery of the 2D van der Waals ferromagnets Cr2, Ge2, Te6 and Cri3, which are semiconducting magnet with low Curie temperature. And since then, this field is rapidly growing with the discovery of other van der Waals magnets. Now let's come to the topic of my talk. I will be here mainly talking about FGT systems or FeNGT2, where so this material FGT, they contains iron, germanium and telluride. And here N varies from 3 to 5. And these FGT systems are metallic in nature, and they exhibit high Curie temperature or high magnetic transition temperature. Now here you see the atomistic structure of monolayer FGT systems, where from left to right you see that the number of iron atoms in the unit cell gradually increases. And this Fe3GeT2 and Fe4GeT2, that is these first two members, they do exhibit center of inversion symmetry, whereas Fe5GeT2 it does not have. And the main peculiarity of these FGT systems is that this system exhibits different iron sublattices. That is, these iron sublattices or iron atoms present in the unit cell, they are non-equivalent. And among these three members, Fe5GeT2 is the most peculiar one. And my research on FGT systems started with investigating the structural and magnetic peculiarities of Fe5GeT2. So here, first what I am showing is the side view of Fe5GeT2 monolayer, which is the actually very simple side view, which is expected based on the configuration of other FGT systems. Here the unit cell contains 5 iron atoms, which I have numbered as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the blue atoms are germanium, yellow atoms are the tellurium. So this is the expected view, but in reality this such atomistic structure in reality does not exhibit such simple atomistic structure, because see here this is the experimental STM view, STM picture, which is showing the side view of the system. Now if you look here, so these blue atoms, they are the germanium, and actually experimental STM image shows that germanium exhibits double occupancy sites. So this was the first experimental report on Fe5GT2, and followed by this paper there are also other experimental reports that got published reporting the same observation, but the reason behind these double occupancy sites were not explained. Therefore, this observation needs confirmation and clarifications from theory. So the question we are going to answer that why such unusual structural reconstruction happens in this system, and is there any consequence with the magnetic properties of this behind this such structural peculiarity. And note that Fe5GT2 is the only member of FGT where one of the iron atoms is directly aligned with the germanium. Say this is the Fe1, which is directly aligned with the germanium atom, and therefore this could be the source of the peculiarity of Fe5GT2. And in these FGT systems, the iron atoms are covalently bonded with its neighbors. Now there is electronegativity difference between iron and germanium, which causes partial transfer of electron between iron and germanium, and our results find that there is significant overlap between FeDz square orbital and germanium PZ orbital. And we know that the magnetization is nothing but it is the difference between the number of electrons between up and down spin channels, and due to such electron redistribution between this particular Fe1, which is directly aligned with the germanium, the magnetic moment of this particular Fe1 gets hugely quenched when we do not consider the double occupancy site of germanium. And this quenching of magnetic moment of Fe1 lowers the stability of this Fe5GT2 system without the double occupancy site of germanium. That is why it does not exist in nature. Now let us understand that how this double occupancy site of germanium can actually occur. So here there is one possibility, that is either Fe1 can be aligned directly above germanium, and when it happens then the germanium atom gets shifted down. Possibility number 2, where Fe1 can be situated directly below germanium, and when this happens then the germanium atom gets shifted up, and in both the cases the Fe1 germanium bond length remains the same. Now in the real scenario, that is from the experimental observations, it has been found that the Fe5GT2 unit cell contains both Fe1U and Fe1D. That is, Fe1 is situated both above germanium and below germanium in a unit cell. And this double occupancy of Fe1 actually gives rise to or causes the double occupancy site of germanium. And to accommodate these double occupancy sites of Fe1 and germanium, the 1×1 unit cell is not enough. Therefore, one has to go beyond the 1×1 unit cell, and our calculation showed that √3×√3 is the smallest possible unit cell which can accommodate this Fe1GE double occupancy site. And this is the 3D view of this Fe5GT2 unit cell. And here this is the 2D projection of this √3×√3 Fe5GT2 unit cell. In this √3×√3, note that each atomic species is repeated thrice compared to the 1×1 cell. And here this is UDU configuration, where out of the 3 Fe1, 2 Fe1 atoms are situated above germanium and 1 below germanium. And accordingly, germanium also gets shifted up and down respectively. And we compared the energetics of this UDU configuration with the UUU configuration, where all the Fe1 are situated above germanium. And our calculation showed that Fe1GE double occupancy site, that is this UDU configuration, is energetically more favored than UUU. And this is our simulated STM image of this UDU configuration, and this is the experimental image, and which shows the, or which confirms the √3×√3 topography of Fe5GT2 system. Okay. Now this was regarding the structural peculiarity. Now also this Fe1 site contains, or it exhibits magnetic peculiarity. Here we have plotted the intersite exchange interaction of Fe1 with its neighbors. And here you see that this Fe1 species, it exhibits exchange frustration. That is, it interacts both antiferromagnetically and also ferromagnetically with its neighbors. Whereas the interaction of Fe5 species with its neighbors are mostly ferromagnetic. And here you see that here I have reported the atom projected magnetic moment of Fe atoms present in the unit cell, and you see that they exhibit a distribution of magnetic moment. Now, so far whatever results I showed, they are obtained using standard DFT, and we know that the basic principle of DFT is to map the many electron interacting system to n non-interacting system through this cone sham or this effective potential, where this many electron interaction term is included in the exchange correlation functional, and depending on the choice or accuracy of this exchange correlation functional, this mapping will be more exact. And there are, the thing is, the actual form of the exchange correlation function is not known. So different approximations have been made. For example, LDA, GGA, hybrid, meta GGA, and the calculations performed using LDA and GGA, they fall in the category of standard DFT. And this is the way how the ground state electron density is obtained by following this self-consistency loop. Now, if we summarize our result of this first part, then we see that mostly our results obtained from standard DFT, or where we have used actually GG as the exchange correlation, they nicely agree with experiment in most of the cases. But except note that the transition temperature we obtain for Fe5GT2 comes as 475 Kelvin, whereas the experimental value is in this range, 275 to 310. And also the spectral properties obtained from standard DFT does not match with the experiment. And this is not only for Fe5GT2, for other systems as well. Therefore, we are missing something. So so then we studied in more detail that what we are missing. Actually, these FGT systems are the admixture of the localized and itinerant electrons, because I have already mentioned that FGT systems contain different iron sublattices, and the electron correlation or localization of Fe states are different in these different sublattices. For example, in Fe3GT2 there are two types of iron sublattices. Say here one is Fe1 and another one is Fe2. You see that moment of Fe1 is larger than Fe2, and the localization of D state of Fe1 and Fe2, they do vary. For example, the D electrons are more localized for Fe1 than Fe2. So this site dependent electron correlation should be captured properly to reproduce the experimental results. And also there are other papers or other research articles, they do report the Kondo lattice behavior in FGT system, that is the interaction between the localized and itinerant electrons. Now, initially it was not known to the community that how to accurately capture the electronic description in FGT systems by performing first principles calculations. Because we know that this standard DFT, that is LDA or GGA, they don't capture the electron-electron interaction correctly, because they do suffer from electron interaction error due to the delocalization of electron. So therefore, we have to incorporate or include Hubbard-U parameter to take into account this electron correlation, and we have calculated the site-dependent Hubbard-U parameter for these FGT systems using constant linear response method. And also we have found that this effective value of U, the ratio of the effective value of U with the density of state of iron, this ratio comes around 0.5, which kind of can predict that these systems exhibit moderate electron correlation. Now, to establish that what is the accurate computational technique to correctly capture the electronic and magnetic property of FGT systems, we perform calculations following standard DFT, static electron correlation, that is DFT plus Hubbard-U, and dynamic electron correlation, that is DFT plus DMFT, and compare our results to see that which of these can produce the correct electronic and magnetic description, which can reproduce well the experimental results. Now, actually DFT plus U is mainly applicable for strongly localized system, whereas DMFT or dynamical mean field theory is applicable for weakly or moderately localized system. And the main beauty of dynamical mean field theory is that here it incorporates effective Anderson impurity model, where the lattice is converted into an atom which is embedded in the electron bath, whereas the an electron in that atomic site can be annihilated or created by the interaction with the electron bath. Then actually we have performed DFT plus DMFT, that is the self-consistency, that is a full charge self-consistency DFT plus DMFT to capture that how the electron density gets modified due to the electron correlation. And here there are these two important parameters, which is the self-energy and the Green's function, which mainly captures the many-body effect. And this self-energy, it actually describes the interaction of electron with the environment, and here the environment is the lattice, solid. And then when we obtain our results, we found that the magnetic moment calculated with DFT and DFT plus DMFT, they agree well with the experimental results, but whereas the exchange interactions, DFT and DFT plus U, they hugely overestimate than DFT plus DMFT. And this is the spin Hamiltonian which we have used to calculate the Curie temperature. Here the first term is the isotopic symmetric exchange, second term is the antisymmetric exchange, and the last term is the singular and anisotropy. And actually this first term, it plays dominating contribution or the major role to determine the Curie temperature. And this Jij interaction can be computed by taking into the on-site term delta and the inter-site Green's function Gij. Then when after we calculated this Gij interaction by following these different three methodologies, and here I have plotted the first nearest neighbor Jij interaction, and here you see this interaction calculated using DFT plus DMFT is almost half of DFT, and the Curie temperature incorporating these Gij values are also calculated, and the Curie temperature obtained using the Gij, which was obtained from GGA plus DMFT, they agree well with the experimental result, but the red dashed lines show the experimental results. And why this happens? Actually, when we see that the incorporation of dynamical mean field theory, it significantly changes the electronic property, because if you compare this band structure obtained from standard DFT and DFT plus DMFT, then you will see that the first of all the bands are kind of smeared and fuzzy in the case of DFT plus DMFT, and also the bandwidth has reduced, and these electronic states have shifted close to the Fermi energy, which lies at the zero energy. And this happens because we already have seen that this Gij is proportional to the inter-site Green's function, which is actually inversely proportional to the self energy, which takes into account the electron-electron interaction, and this real part of the self energy contributes to the shifting of bands towards the Fermi level and reducing the bandwidth, and imaginary part of self energy, it gives rise to the non-zero lifetime to the quasi-particle, which causes the smearing of the bands. And also we found the spectral properties obtained from DFT plus DMFT agrees well with the experimental results. And this is the effective mass, which is the quantitative measurement of electron correlation in the system. It really shows that there are two types of effective mass obtained for two different sublattices of Fe3 GeTA2. And therefore, our result confirms that DFT plus DMFT is the most accurate technique or more accurate technique among DFT and DFT plus U to correctly capture the electronic and magnetic properties of these FGT systems. And later actually we wanted to see whether there is any way to further increase the Curie temperature of these FGT systems even beyond room temperature, because this is actually useful for spintronic applications. And we found that nickel doping, that is substitutional doping with nickel, can indeed increase the temperature around 400 Kelvin. And this result is actually in good agreement with the recent PRL paper, where theory and experiment, they do match quite nicely. And actually this behavior is quite unconventional, because both theory and experiment finds that first the Curie temperature increases and then it decreases. Because this happens because actually the Fe1 species, that is the odd one, which is directly aligned with the germanium, that is more prone to accommodate the nickel dopant. And up to the 20% doping concentration, all the Fe1 species get substituted with nickel. And you recall that Fe1 species, that also exhibits antiferromagnetic interactions. And these antiferromagnetic interactions actually goes down as more and more Fe1 gets substituted with nickel. But nickel impurity actually acts as the non-magnetic impurity. So after this certain doping concentration, as more and more other Fe sublattices gets replaced with nickel, the magnetization decays. Anyway, so to conclude, I can say that our results showed that confirms why the unusual, or it explains the reasoning behind the unusual structural reconstruction of Fe5GET2, and it explains why the double occupancy of FeGe sublattice exists. And also we have established that DFT plus DMFT is the most accurate technique to correctly capture the electronic and magnetic property of Fe5GET2, and also we have showed that it is possible to increase the Curie temperature beyond room temperature by nitrogen doping. And also at the present we are investigating the proximity effects of Fe5GET2 by constructing heterostructures. And this work is actually done when I was a postdoc at Uppsala University, and I thank my collaborators, and thank you.
So, yeah, Ashwin.
Although your calculated results are qualitatively matches with the experimental ones, but I see the significant difference in the
Which one, the TC?
yeah.
Yeah, actually, this I did not mention. I missed to mention that this result, the experimental one, was done for bulk nickel, whereas our system we did monolayered bulk Fe5GET2 with nickel substitution, and our results are on monolayered Fe5GET2. So there is actually significant difference between bulk and monolayer, because in the case of bulk, the nickel atoms even can go to the van der Waals gap, because this is a van der Waals layered material, whereas in our case we did not have that degree of freedom. So it's true that it is qualitative agreement, but there are a few things which we could not capture because the dimension of our system, it was the 2D and the experiment was done in 3D.
This monolayer, is it this, your sample is actually monolayer, or you are just looking at the monolayer?
Yeah, this Fe5GET2, I would say it is quasi 2D, it is monolayer. Of course, it is monolayer with certain thickness. That is, it is not like graphene, it is not a perfect 2D, but it is a quasi 2D, it is monolayer.
Okay, the problem I had was, the experimental evidence for double occupancy was from scanning tunneling microscope.
Scanning electron STEM.
STEM, scanning tunneling electron microscope.
Yes.
So, which is basically surface sensitive.
True, but
the inside also the same thing holds, that's the question.
Yes, inside, even between the layers, even in each layer, that is each formula unit also the same thing holds. That is what our results also shows, because in the STM image, they showed that for each layer there is, it exhibits the double occupancy sites of germanium, that is within each formula unit. And since these systems are van der Waals bonded, so the monolayer can represent well the bulk up to a certain extent. I mean,
the only problem is surface properties can be very different from what's happening inside, well within the sample.
Yes, yes, true.
Yeah, Professor Bhaskar.
So you mentioned about conduction electrons, it's a conducting system, and also localized spins.
Yeah.
So one of the early approaches to do RKKV interaction. You talked about direct exchange, then double exchange or RKKV.
Yeah, so
Before
our
you do sophisticated calculations.
right, even our results, if I zoom into those exchange interactions, of course what happened? Sorry, just a minute, let me move to that plot where I showed. Yeah, so we have seen that, of course, here the first nearest neighbor interaction is the significant one, or most dominant, it is most dominating one, and it decays with as the distance between the neighbors increases. But if I zoom into this position, this portion, then we see the oscillation as you see in the RKKY, because it's a metallic system.
I have another short question. It's a famous system, Fe3.
Yeah, this particular is Fe5, yeah, the most peculiar one.
G is a famous Kondo insulator system.
Yes, Kondo lattice behavior.
Is there any connection between the physics of that Kondo insulator and whatever you are studying?
Yeah, because this already some research articles, because when we could not reproduce our results when we first obtained using standard DFT. That is because we are not capturing the electron correlation effect properly. So then we looked into the literature, and literature reports this condo-lattice behavior, that is the interaction between the localized and itinerant moments do exist in these systems. All the FGT systems, actually, it's true. Yes, yes, you are very right, because most of this work is on FE3, because FE3 GET2 is mostly studied actually among this, and this work are on FE3 GET2. You are very right. Yes, this condo-lattice behavior, by that time it was observed, and all these were experimental reports. But initially there was no proper justification that which computational approach or first principle methodology is the correct one to capture properly the electronic behavior of these systems to reproduce the experimental results. But
Thanks,
yeah,
Sukanya.
thank you.
So let us thanks all the speakers, Vedang, Satyaprasad, Sukanya, for this, and hand over for tea. Tea break, yeah.
start. Yes, so welcome back. So I hope you all had a very good refreshment. And this session is a in-house inviter session, session 2B. So my name is Balaraman from Chemistry Department, ISA Tirupati. I have a colleague, Vasudhani from Biology Department. And together we are going to start this session. And in this session there are 4 speakers. First 3 speakers from ISA Tirupati, and the final speaker of this session from IIT Tirupati. And first of all, thank you the Academy for arranging such a amalgamated, fascinating talks by our young folks. And first speaker of this session is Dr. Anil from Mathematics Department. Dr. Anil earned his PhD from Humboldt University of Berlin, Germany, and his research interest lies in the area of automorphic forms and complex geometry. Today you will be talking on estimates of automorphic forms. So Anil, 20 minutes, 17 minutes the presentation, and 3 minutes for the discussion.
Thank you. All right. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for Raman, the introduction. So this, all right, there's a pointer. Okay, so this is, I'm interested in modular forms, to be precise. And modular forms are one of the central objects of modern mathematics. If you look at, modern development of science, and mathematics forms a bedrock of all sciences. And then, amongst them, I think the one which exemplifies the ubiquitous nature of mathematics are modular forms. And they go back to 100 years back, when I think Poincaré came up with the first, Poincaré perhaps the last universalist scientist, mathematician / physicist, who came up with these first examples of modular forms. And my motivation, maybe one way to motivate them, I think especially for an audience which comprises mostly of Indians, is 1914, Ramanujan made the following observation. He had this, he found this beautiful formula where you have 1 over pi, which is, I think everyone would relate it back to a circle, circumference of a circle, and can be obtained by an infinite series, which comprises of integers mostly, excepting a root 2, an irrational number. And in modern mathematical language, all the right-hand side numbers are called algebraic numbers. On the left-hand side, you have pi, which is called a transcendental number. Pi cannot be obtained as the equation of any algebraic equation over integers, whereas all the other numbers can be obtained in such a form. And moreover, I think computing the accurate value of pi has been a pursuit of mathematicians since times immemorial. It goes back to even Aryabhatta, even before that the Chinese school in the 7th century, 6th century BC, they made a lot of contributions. But however, this is one of the fastest converging series for pi. So I think if you don't, so it's very, very important both from an astronomical perspective as well as from a mathematical perspective in the accurate value of pi. And Ramanujan made this astonishing discovery. It's anyone's guess how he could have come up, conjured these numbers. There's no reason, there's no motivation, and it looks fairly arbitrarily. But however, it so happens that you can choose certain integers, sk, which purely comes from binomial coefficients, basic integers, and a, b, and c can be chosen nicely such that one can always produce pi in such an infinite series form. And this, of course, people are still trying to despair how Ramanujan could have conjured up so many nice formulae as he did. And it turns out this called a phenomena, basically modular forms, which made it possible. So if you know modular forms, it's very easy to chalk out such, you can chalk out many such beautiful formulas which Ramanujan basically made. And of course, the theory of modular forms is relevant, and it's been, it has shot to prominence more recently, but previously it was perhaps lying in the, it was still somewhat well understood. And as early as 1950s, Martin Eichler, a famous German mathematician, went on to he presciently referred to them as the 5th fundamental operation. That is, apart from addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, modular forms can be viewed as a 5th fundamental operation, purely because you can have these kind of formula which can link transcendental numbers with algebraic integers and many such seemingly unrelated things. And the above formulas, you can see, sk can be derived from binomial coefficients. The other integers, they are obtained from modular forms. And you can come up with several such series, and like, I mean, you can form several generating functions, and then these generating, so-called generating functions, and I mean, as Witten once said, like, if you're lucky, if they happen to be modular forms, and then you have a proper theory, and all that. So maybe a little bit more, the ubiquitous nature, maybe let me talk in, I mean, they are present in almost, I mean, they are there in a lot of mathematical theorems, but like, let me say state the most famous one, the Fermat's last theorem. Modular forms form the theorem in 1994, I proved them. And this was a very algebraic proof. It was mostly algebraic perspective, and perhaps algebraic geometric I can extend it to. And then recent work in 2015. In mathematics, 2015 is still very recent. And Wiazowska, Marina, happens to be one of my colleagues from grad school, and she got a Fields Medal for this work. I mean, when talks about spherical packing, that is optimality of spherical packing. That is like you want to have minimize the space not utilized when you're packing a lot of spheres. And this theory goes by the name of sphere packing. And so to prove that sphere packing exists, optimal sphere packing exists, the dimension 8 and 24, the heart of the proof basically lied on modular forms. And this was fairly analytic. And then extending to other directions, and Witten's fundamental work, seminal work, where he kind of unified bosonic and superstring theories via by an expression for bosonic string measure. The fundamental object he played around along with us was so-called discriminant modular form, or now known as Ramanujan modular form. So this Witten's thing basically led to a Fields Medal for his work. And in subsequent years, in fact, string theorists are really, I think since 90s until 2000s, a lot of string theorists, namely especially Docker and Fong, they came up with extending Witten's ideas to genus 2. And one had to refer to higher modular forms, higher dimensional modular forms. The standard reference were like 5 papers in, I think, Physical Reviews or somewhere, huge, each 100 pages long. And that was the only reference for studying modular forms in higher dimensions for a long time. But I think since 2000, late 2000s, I think the theory of Siegel modular forms really picked up, and now I think there's extensive literature. And I'm interested in basically there are estimates of modular forms. These are after all functions. One would like to know how big they get. They're dependent on like several parameters, weight being one of them, crucial ones. I'm interested in how big they get in terms of weight, and how they can be applied in number theory and applications in number theory, and naturally in complex geometry. So this is about the nature of modular forms. So let me say about the famous Ramanujan tau function. One can just look at this infinite series again. I mean, you can think of Q as just a variable. Q, you can write. I mean, you have the left-hand side. I mean, delta Q is infinite product Q into 1 minus Q power n, and the last expression tau n into Q power n. One basically combines all the coefficients of Q power n, and that becomes that basically becomes tau n. That's called the Ramanujan tau function. So finding tau n was a difficult task, and Ramanujan conjectured, I think he proved a few of them. He observed that they satisfy all these 3 properties. I mean, just it's multiplicative, that the multiplicative is the first one if the GCD is 1, and like for a prime number, they satisfy a recursive formula, and most important, the last one happens to be a bound on tau p. So this is a really famous thing. And the first two are somewhat combinatorial in nature. This was proved by Model, an English mathematician, during the life a couple of years after Ramanujan made these observations. And but the third one, it led to an extensive industry of mathematics called algebraic geometry. Algebraic geometry perhaps can be, for a lot of people, it's basically the pinnacle of modern mathematical thought. And so one of the greatest minds of all time, 2 of them rather, Alexander Grothendieck and then Deligne, they proved this famous conjecture. It goes referred to the name of Ramanujan's conjecture. Seemingly a combinatorial problem turns out to have very deep repercussions in geometry, and it has since then fascinated a lot of great minds, and that led to the development of this branch called algebraic geometry. And like Deligne proved this in 1974. I mean, Fields Medal is just an afterthought once you prove such a great thing. Deligne, perhaps one of the greatest living mathematicians around. And so this is the history of, and like again, one wonders what has this seemingly a combinatorial object has to do with modular forms. And now let me just define what is a modular form. So you can look at the complex. It's very simple. You look at complex numbers, And you look at the complex numbers where the where like the imaginary part is greater than 0, just the complex upper half plane. And if one looks at e power 2 pi I, you can put z equal to e power 2 pi I z in the previous thing. Then one looks at, so delta, it's a holomorphic function. That's a nice function, so to say, if you're not familiar with the language of complex analysis. And the most important property is basically this. You take any matrix from SL to Z, and elements of SL to Z act on the complex upper half plane H via, they act via so-called Mobius transformations. Delta gamma Z, this is, I'm sorry, so, okay, so delta, so how do I get this pointer? Pointer. Okay, thanks. Yeah. So if you look at delta of gamma Z, it's at, it's okay. All right, so delta of gamma Z satisfies this transformation property. And I think for particle physicists, people, they mostly work with, I think they really study the groups of subgroups of GLNR and depending on the thing, they study these metric groups, and then one sees this modular forms actually satisfy these transformation properties. So they carry remarkable symmetries along with them. Hence, it's no surprise that they arise in all kinds of quantum field theory, theoretic work, especially in the string measures and all that that come up. And so then, so this is not the discriminant modular form. Now it's called the Ramanujan modular form. It has a modular form of weight k, because the k weight 12, it comes from Cz plus d power 12. This particular, yeah, the Cz plus d power 12. Now, so one can define a general modular form for any, one can look at SL to Z or any subgroup of it. If you're, I mean, one can just look at SL to Z. One can forget about the n level part. I just wrote it for completion. So this is basically a nice function from H to C, holomorphic. And then it satisfies the most important part of this transformation property. F of gamma Z is basically Cz plus d power k into f times f of Z, where gamma is an element of SL to Z, basically. So this transformation property is a remarkable property. This is what, and like moreover, if it's 0 at infinity, it is called a cusp form. So for all practical purposes, one can think of infinity as a cusp, and then like, and the set of these things, they form a so-called vector space. I mean, the set of all modular forms of weight k, they form a vector space, and that's an important thing to know. All right, so again, so these are not functions just a priori on just a complex plane. They actually can be defined a function on a more geometric object called the Riemann surface associated to gamma. So this is the way to measure them. How big they get, I mean, it's just not the absolute value, but you'd rather want to look at y power into f of Z square. This is the natural magnitude you want to measure. And so this is basically a function on the quotient. And then one from theory of dynamical systems and complex geometry, one knows that if your gamma is a co-compact subgroup, that is basically not SL to Z, but SL to Z is basically the infinite nature associated to that. But if it is not, but there's something called a co-compact subgroup where the quotient is a nice compact subgroup that is bounded and nice. In that particular case, one knows from complex geometry, it grows, as I said. The growth of it in terms of k is important. A modular form has two parameters, a level and a weight. And weight is the most important aspect. I mostly work on the weight aspect. And the weight aspect is where like when the exponent of k is very, very important. So it satisfies O of k, that is called as convexity, that is expected. And the next one, when gamma is non-compact, that is when it's say SL to Z, then k 3 by 2 is the optimal estimate. That is, these are called convexity in the sense this is what one expects, and they've been proved to be true. Compact, complex geometry quickly tells you what it is, so you perhaps you do a lot of things. But for non-compact, it's a lot of work because the traditional theorems from complex geometry will not hold true here. Hence, I think the way to go about them is basically using a lot of complex analysis and a little bit of estimates of heat kernel theory and all that. All right, so these are the, so I'm interested in what is called, so the conjecture basically. So this is a famous conjecture of Blomer and Holovinsky. When for SL to Z, they expect it to be root k, not k, but root k. And you expect it to be, you want the f to be hecke. I didn't mention that. Hecke is an extra adjective. It means something. It means that they are like, hecke essentially means that they are, they satisfy more algebraic transformation properties. So they're very important. And the famous Sarnak's conjecture. This is what mostly propels my work. It's basically when gamma is co-compact, you expect it to grow like this k power epsilon. That is roughly log k. So this is the famous conjecture. And then this is, if one can prove this conjecture, it basically implies a part of Riemann hypothesis. So this is Of course, it's been unsolved for a long time, and it's been there for, but 20 years is no big time in mathematics. If you know the history of Fermat, which took 326 years, it's just in its infancy. But I think with the techniques available, it's perhaps possible to solve it in the next 20 years. Next, existing estimates, and then like there's Abhishek and Blomer and Lewinsky and Harkos all proved n minus 2 by 3. I think n minus 1/2 is basically where one would like to get, and n minus 1. In this format, it's n minus 1. And the co-compact is where I'm mostly interested in. So in 2019, with a collaborator of mine, I could, if you remember, the convexity estimate is the exponent of k is 1, but we could reduce it to k5 by 6. Hecke means algebraic, so algebraic means you can actually, the more symmetries, so the thing comes down, so that's where the name subconvexity comes up. So k5 by 6 has been our estimate, but like 5 years later, I mean maybe like 3 years later, Raphael Steiner, Nelson, and Kautin, they proved k1 by 2. And that itself, it's just improvement by a factor of 1 by 3. But that just exponent is decreased by 1 by 3, but that is already in forum mathematics, which perhaps one of the best channels in mathematics. It's, so even a small decrease in exponent can lead to great ramifications. Okay, so next, yeah. So the key players. I mean, if someone who's interested in the technicalities of it, one of the main things is SL to Z is generally not so difficult because there's so-called Fourier expansion, which I didn't talk about. And I mean, if one looks at, it's basically the tau n's are the Fourier coefficients, and the Fourier coefficients carry a lot of arithmetic information, and it's not difficult in the setting of SL to Z because they have Fourier expansion. But however, the co-compact, where you do not have all these, this is where you bring a lot of rich theory of mathematics, goes back to one of the masters of representation theory and arithmetic geometry. You bring in Jacques-Langlands. Firstly, the process starts with finding a right automorphic kernel, and then there's some amplification technique coming from analytic number theory. Then you invoke the famous Jacques-Langlands correspondence. And we adopted 2 and 3, but like for the first one, we went to estimate the heat kernel or the Bergman kernel. And this involved some amount of, that's where complex geometry seeped into this methodology. So this has been our thing to work with. And then as I said, the first one is basically estimate the right automorphic kernel. And we could extend it since then as a level of convexity, extend to various subgroups of SL to R. One of gamma is subgroup of SL to R power n. This is the first generalization. And where case, this is all some number theoretic jargon. And then essentially, if you look at a higher dimensional, natural higher dimensional variety is obtained by just looking at products of modular curves, roughly speaking. We expected, so this is again a theorem in 18, so this is what one expects. You can have non-parallel weights, that's the best part about it, and then that was possible because we could use heat kernels of different weights. And the compact power, it's basically k power n, and non-compact, that follows from complex geometry, but the second part is a difficult part, it's k3n by 2. So which led to a conjecture that basically the estimates grow like k times 3 by 2 into n, where n is the dimension of the ambient space. But then we worked on Picard modular varieties. It's been my work for the past 5 years. Picard is basically a proper generalization of the hyperbolic space and dimension with the upper half space. You end up with, one ends up with the so-called ball quotients. And again, one can define all these things. One can define this whole space theory of complex Picard modular forms. In this setting, they're called Picard modular forms or Hermitian modular forms. And they happen on ball quotients. And it's endowed with hyperbolic metric. And again, so this is work with me, with my collaborator and a student of mine. And this, we could show this to be, again, in the compact setting, k power n, where n is a dimension of the ambient space, not very difficult. But however, the next one is an interesting one. It's basically n plus 1 by 2. It disproved our 3n by 2 conjecture, but we could end up with n plus 1 by 2. And I think this pretty much amplifies the underlying nature of the interplay between geometry and automorphic forms. The geometry of ambient space, in this particular case, it's a rank constant negative curvature -1 manifold, whereas for Hilbert case, it's just the product. It didn't really have a nice geometry in that setting, at least not that I mean, in terms of differential geometry. So I think the n plus half is really strong, and we proved it's optimal. It's a recent work. And then we extended to the most difficult of things, and before I think further for Siegel. So Siegel's space is basically the ambient space of the superstring measure in higher dimensions. And this is, as I said before, the initial work was done by physicists, Docker and Fong, and estimates of these modular forms should lead to something. One should be able to say something about the conformal field series for higher dimensions. And so we have a so-called subconvexity estimate. I mean, it's in preparation with another student of mine. So 3 is basic, K3 is supposed to be the convexity estimate, and we have a delta. The delta is barely noticeable, but like we have a non-trivial delta, and that is all that we could. But I think this is still the first subconvexity in this particular setup. And so yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Anil, for finishing the talk on time. Now the session is open for 1 or 2 questions. Yes.
See, there is a famous article by Wigner, Unusual Effectiveness of Mathematics in Describing Natural Sciences. So have you read that article?
I saw the reference, I never read it.
It's amazing that how mathematics, and also the formula that you wrote, Ramanujan's tau formula, how he guessed it. Is there any?
As I said, it goes back to, maybe I just, I mean, one can look at a modular form, the A, B, and C I spoke about. Again, Ramanujan came with.
Did Ramanujan write the?
He wrote it down. He wrote it down exactly the way it was.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, this particular formula is from Ramanujan.
He
And
didn't write
these
it in
numbers
terms
are
of
not.
ABC. He didn't write it in terms of ABC.
No, he just wrote this.
Just this, I see.
It is remarkable the way it is. And then I think people believe that he actually knew modular forms, because a lot of things that he wrote up, all of them come up naturally when you do modular forms. So in a way, this is something which is really spectacular.
But he never explicitly wrote down.
He never, maybe Professor Nagaraj, he would know, he read these things better than I did. To my knowledge, he didn't write down what a modular form is, but the concept was somewhat around. I mean, people thought they don't exist in the first place, but the first examples came from Poincare himself. I mean, during the same time Ramanujan was alive. But Ramanujan may not have communicated with him. He communicated mostly with Hardy, who was a complex analyst. So that is where I think, yes, it was. But Ramanujan wrote this down, this form. But he never explicitly mentions, there were several other formulas. This is just one such formula that I wrote down. Several things which he wrote down which follow naturally from modular forms. You look at the right modular form, and then you look at the Fourier coefficients, and you integrate it out or evaluate at a particular point, one gets this formula.
Okay, thank you, Anil, for this nice presentation. Now, next move on to the next speaker. So, next speaker of this session is Dr. Arunima Banerjee from Physics Department of IISER Tirupati. Arunima completed her integrated PhD from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Her research interest lies in the area of theoretical astrophysics, and particularly she is looking at the dynamics of galaxies or using high resolution n-body hydrodynamical stimulation and machine learning. Today she will be talking on identifying lepsidinites in spiral galaxies. Arunima?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Balraman, and thank you, Anil. Since most of the ancient Indian astronomers were also mathematicians, so Dr. Anil has aptly set the stage for a Galaxies talk now. So today, I'll be focusing on the automated classification of 2 different types of spiral galaxies, namely grand design and flocculent spiral galaxies, using a very classic machine learning model, which is very much well used for image classification studies, namely convolutional neural network. So what you see in the backdrop, which might not be visible given the lights here, is a picture of our Milky Way on a clear night sky. So our local habitat
in the local group of galaxies is the Milky Way or the Akashganga or the galaxy with a capital G, which given our vantage point on the galactic plane appears like an edge-on galaxy to us. So it is also a prototypical spiral galaxy, a prototypical grand design spiral galaxies. Two different types of spiral galaxies I'll be talking about today. One is grand design and the other is flocculent. It is a but as I said, given our vantage point, we are not in a position to see the magnificent spiral arms sported by the Milky Way galaxy. We have indirect observational means supporting the presence of spiral arms in the Milky Way galaxy. So this work was led by Dr. Shuman Sarkar, who was a postdoctoral fellow in our group, and collaborated with Ganesh Narayanan and myself and Prem Prakash, who was a project assistant. Prem Prakash was a project assistant in our group. Ganesh Narayanan was a PhD student. And it was done sometime back in 2023. And I'll be focusing on this work and also tell you about some recent related work. So I give you the plan of the talk over here, again trying to motivate with a picture of the Andromeda or the M31. The Andromeda or the M31, sorry. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so on a clear night sky with sufficient exposure, this is how our neighboring spiral galaxy Andromeda or the M31 looks like from the solar system or from the Earth. So this is the plan of the talk. I'll give you a brief introduction on what galaxies are and focusing on these galaxies. I'll then move on to the theory of formation of spiral arms, the majestic, the magnificent spiral features which you are used to seeing in galaxy images. What is the theory behind the formation of those structures and what are the open challenges we face in galaxy formation theory these days? I'll follow it up with a brief introduction on deep convolutional neural networks or DCENN, the classic machine learning model which is used for automating classification of images. So if I give you a bunch of images of spiral galaxies, when I say bunch of, I mean of the order of 20 or 30,000. Out of that, you can pick up and tell me these are the grand design spirals, these are the flocculent spirals, and these are neither in this group. So that is the type of objective we have for this work, because given the new facilities coming up like VLT, Euclid, the large international facilities or the optical telescopes, we will be getting galaxy images of the orders of tens of thousands. So it would be a humongous task to look at each of these galaxies and find out what is the structural feature of that galaxy. So anyway, we are looking at a small subset of that problem today in this talk. If I give you pictures of spiral galaxies, can you tell me whether it is a grand design spiral or a flocculent spiral, and so on. I'll then move on to the core of the talk, which is our work, and that is application of DCNN to classify these two types of spiral galaxies, and also tell you about some ongoing projects in the group and wind up with the summary. So what are galaxies? So let me start with this classic picture of Hubble's morphological classification of galaxies. So what you see on the left are the elliptical galaxies, the galaxies with elliptical morphology driven by the physics of the system. So these galaxies are supported against the gravitational collapse by their random motion or the pressure support. On the other hand, on the right, you see the disk galaxies, the focus of today's talk, which, as the name suggests, sport a disky morphology driven by angular momentum support. Our Milky Way is a disk galaxy, and if you look at the disk galaxies, most of them sport spiral arms. Okay, these are the spiral arms. Right. So if your viewpoint with respect to any external galaxy is such that the symmetry axis of the galaxy is in the plane of the sky. So the galaxy, the stellar disk of the galaxy has a symmetry axis. So if the symmetry axis is in the plane of the sky, that galaxy is at an edge-on orientation with respect to you. And as I said, the Milky Way is at an edge-on orientation with respect to us, and as a result, we don't see the beautiful features present on the plane of the Milky Way. On the other hand, if a galaxy is at a face-on orientation with respect to us, for example here, that means the symmetry axis of the galaxy is perpendicular to the plane of the sky. Here the plane of the sky is the plane of the board, and as a result, you see all the beautiful features in the plane of the galaxy. So in today's talk, I'll be focusing on these type of external galaxies such that image classification based on the presence of spiral arms is possible. Right. So this is my one slide primer of the basic building blocks for disk type galaxy, okay, most of which sport spiral arms. Again, I'm showing an edge-on view of disk type galaxies. So this galaxy is composed of stars and gas constrained in a thin plane which is hosted in a gigantic dark matter halo. And as I said, these galaxies are pressure supported in the plane, or sorry, the disk galaxies are rotation supported in the plane, that is the gravitational collapse is counterbalanced by the angular momentum support, and perpendicular to the plane there pressure or random motion supported. Okay. And the most important feature of this galaxy is its differential rotation. So unlike a solid body, this galaxy does not have a constant angular speed as a function of radius. Okay. The angular velocity of a disk galaxy falls off with radius, and this feature is known as differential rotation. Differential rotation is crucial in the formation of spiral arms of these galaxies, as I will briefly mention in the next slides. Now, let's focus on galactic spiral arms. So what you see here is a multi-observatory view of M74, a classic grand design spiral galaxy. So when I say grand design spiral arms, I mean they have very well delineated spiral structure present in their galactic plane. Now what you see the three images of the same galaxy over here. The extreme left one is an HST image, that is the Hubble Space Telescope image. Of course, it is an optical image. All of these talks, throughout this talk, I'll be talking about stars and hence optical or infrared images only. Okay. The second image is the image of the same galaxy, which is the combination of the optical as well as JWST, James Webb Space Telescope image, which is an infrared telescope recently come up, and you can very well make out the nitty-gritty features, the nitty-gritties of the galaxies coming up better in the infrared, because infrared sees through dust. And on the extreme right, you have the infrared or the James Webb Telescope image, which again shows out, how the fine features of the galaxies are now visible to us given the next generation telescopes or the new facilities. So that gives us the motivation to automate our methods of classification of galaxies so that we can constrain our galaxy formation models better, because we have now tighter constraints for our models, so our models should be much more well developed. Okay. And right, so that was mostly about grand design galaxies. Now you see, definitely there is a spiral arm over here, but the appearance of the spiral arm over here is much, much different than that of the grand design spiral. Here it is more like fluffy, flocculence. So these kind of spiral arms are known as the flocculent spiral arms. So I will try to develop a machine learning model to distinguish between these two types of spiral arms in this talk. Right. Now, these are not only beautiful or aesthetically pleasing features in the galaxies, they are the driving factors of galaxy evolution. So as you can well make out, there is, the spiral arms are non-axisymmetric features in the galaxies, and as a result, they exert torques and are instrumental in angular momentum transport and hence the galactic evolution as a whole. They are also, being the overdense regions in the galaxies, the primary sites of star formation. Okay, now why they are theoretically interesting? So as we can make out, as I mentioned, a galactic disk is differentially rotating. So if you visualize the galactic disk as a combination of concentric rings, each ring is rotating with a different angular velocity. That is what shear is. So the innermost ring is rotating faster compared to the outermost rings. So as a result, if you draw with paint at t equal to time 1 a line on the galactic disk, it will slowly get wound up with time. So this is time 2, time 3, and so on. So this shows that the galaxy is rotating in a clockwise direction, and the inner rings are rotating faster than those of the outer rings. And as a result, had our spiral arms being only a material arm, okay, they would have wound up. So that right away tells us the spiral arms of the galaxies cannot be material arms. So Lin and Xu in 1964 proposed their model of the galactic spiral arm being a density wave which rotates with a patterned speed. That means it is not a solid, it is not a solid body, but it is rotating with a patterned speed. So it is like a ceiling fan, but it is not a solid body like the ceiling fan. It is rotating like a ceiling fan superimposed on the differentially rotating disk of the galaxy, but it is not a solid body. What it is a density wave. So how do I explain what a density wave is? I will just use the analogy of the traffic jam, which is routinely used in the textbooks of galactic dynamics. So suppose I am on a highway and there is a repair truck, the red one. The repair truck is slowly moving along the highway, and as a result, it creates a bottleneck in the highway. So the cars approaching the repair truck from the left will slow down. Again, it will pick up speed after it bypasses the repair truck and move on. So if I am standing on the footpath, I will make out, that different cars are coming, slowing down near the repair truck. The density is increasing over there. The density of cars is increasing near the repair truck. And then the car picks up speed, the cars pick up speed, and the density again becomes average, the average density. And slowly this over density moves on. But if I am on the aeroplane and looking at the city from a height, I will not be able to make out that at different points of time, the over density is being constituted by different cars. I'll just see an over density moving with the speed of the repair truck. So that is precisely what a density wave is. That is precisely what is happening in the galaxy when we see a spiral arm. Okay, but the model is elegant, beautiful, but there are open questions. Also, the flocculent galaxies are not very well studied. So there is a need to have a statistically large number of galaxies in high resolution, thanks to the new facilities we have these days, so that we can propose highly constrained models of spiral arm formation. So precisely there, the deep convolutional neural networks come in. So this is the structure of a deep convolutional neural network. So convolution, as the name suggests, is a kernel. So by trial and error, the network, the various layers of the network try to detect edges, textures, and features, different edges like vertical lines, horizontal lines, this, that. And by trial and error, it tries to build a model to find out which set of features constitute a grand design spiral and which set of features constitute a flocculent spiral, okay? And the term deep relates to the number of layers you have in a network. When I say deep convolutional neural network, layers. The number of layers are usually of the order of 10 to 13 or so on. Yeah, here I just wanted to show you how a deep convolutional neural network, starting with the image of Vinayaka, does convolutions using different kernels, detects the edges, then does max pooling. Max pooling is nothing but downsizing, and then accentuates by the activation function to find out which are the basic features which will let you understand this is the image of Ganesha. Anyways, now our work was, as I said, based on this publicly available, very old architecture, AlexNet, deep convolutional neural network. These are all the inbuilt layers and parameters of AlexNet. We just used that, and we had to just tweak the hyperparameters, namely the learning rate, the decay rate. It is like a like we do fitting exercise, fitting of the weights of the matrices, the kernels, the weights of the matrices, so that it gives me a model of the Ganesha. The different features, when combined together, will give me an idea that this is a Ganesha's image. Okay, so these were the technical parameters, and it is doable using a reasonable desktop. We don't need HPC, etc. for that. Okay, these were the feature maps from our study, just to give you a feel of the two different classes, right? And this is our loss function. This is like our chi-square when we do best fitting using linear best fitting model. So we are essentially at every epoch, which is every iteration, reducing this chi-square by changing the weights, right? So this is for monitoring how you are doing at every epoch. Is your loss decreasing or loss increasing, etc., etc. This is your training images, a subset of your my training images, flocculent and grand design, okay? These are the performance matrices. At the end, you set aside 20% of your training images to see how your trained model, you train the model with also images, 80% of the images, but after that, 20% of the images are set aside for testing how your model is doing, and that is given by the accuracy, that is the ratio of the correct predictions to the total predictions. Very simple, right? And thus our model did very well, because we got a testing accuracy of about 95% or so on. This is a different work. Let me come to the testing accuracy part. It was 95% of testing accuracy. This is my confusion matrix. Anyways, after testing this model, we could predict 700 new grand design galaxies and 500 new lopsided galaxies. So these galaxy images were just available as spiral galaxies. They were not classified yet in the publicly available database, optical database, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey database. And from there, we picked up those spiral galaxy images and did the classification and came up with new images. So thank you. I will end the talk. I will just flash the ongoing project, very similar project, but working on two different types of galaxies, lopsided galaxies and symmetric galaxies. Thank you.
So thank you, Harinima, for your nice overview on dynamics of spiral galaxies. The now session is open for question and answers. Yes.
Thanks for a nice talk. One hears about supermassive black holes at the center of galaxies. Can your machine learning tell you if there is one?
Yes, it can tell, but not this model. This is convolutional neural network. A black hole will, emit jets like AGNs and all. So if you have sets of galaxy images with central concentration of light and no central concentration of light, indirectly we can say these are the AGN candidates. Probably there is a supermassive black hole. From spectroscopy, we can make out. So if you have a spectroscopy, not beautiful images, but just spectroscopy data, using random forest models, we can easily make out.
Thank
you. When you're using convolutional neural networks in order to recreate or classify these galaxies, how many images in training and how many images in test? And where you're taking these pictures, does it depend on your classification probabilities? Do they depend on where you're taking these pictures from?
Yeah, they depend. So I have to, if I want to predict SDSS images, I have to train using SDSS images. Otherwise, there will be issues. And I need of the order of a few hundred images. I mean, people say that is not enough, but we have seen several times, if you give me 200 images, it is more than enough. Raw images, no, 200 in each category. Okay. And as I said, it has to be, then you have to use that model for the prediction of images from that survey only.
Yeah, Arunima, very nice talk. Do you also get some information about their receding rates or their ages? All that also could be obtained from these models?
Their receding velocities and all those.
Yes, disappearing.
Not from convolutional neural network models. From spectra you can.
And about the age?
Age, again, this spectra, metallicity, which metal emission lines are present, those will tell us. Colored variation, those will tell us.
Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, Arunima.
Thank you.
Now I request my colleague, Dr. Vasudha Rani, to proceed the session.
So the next speaker for the session is Dr. Sai Kranti. She is a faculty colleague at the Department of Earth and Climate Sciences, ISER Tirupati. She did her doctoral thesis from National Atmospheric Research Laboratory, NARL Gadanki. Her research interests lie in the area of remote sensing of cloud and precipitation. Today she's going to talk to us about sub-daily scale rainfall extremes in India. Sai Kranti, over to you.
Good morning to all. I thank Indian Academy of Sciences for giving me this opportunity to present my work. Today I am Sai Kranti from Department of Earth and Climate Sciences. Today I would like to talk about sub-daily scale extreme rainfall events over India that occurred over a few decades. So as we all know, in the recent decades, the extreme rainfall events are increasing, and also the Intergovernmental Panel for the Climate Change, IPCC, has highlighted the increase in the number of these extreme rainfall events, which is very important. And they also said that because of the climate change, this extreme rainfall events will increase in the future as well. And also the observational trend analysis is very much loss in India and as also the elsewhere. So here are some of the extreme rainfall events which is associated with the floods are listed here, and there are many more too. So 90% of the catastrophes that are caused by these extreme rainfall events that we could see, and also the loss from these extreme rainfall events from India occupies 10% of the global economic loss. So this is very significant, and not only the economic losses, and also this extreme rainfall events has an impact on the agrarian countries, especially like Indian countries that I could say. Like it affects the agriculture in the form of like the occurrence of the extreme rainfall events, and also the crops, they are anti-correlated with each other, because we have seen the extreme rainfall events occurrence is increasing. It impacts on the crop yield as well. So over Indian region, this is one of the extreme rainfall events occurrence is one of the important topic that has to be analyzed. So many pioneering studies exist that has studied about the occurrence of the extreme rainfall events and the trend analysis as well. People have seen that the extreme rainfall events are increasing with respect to the years for the past 2 decades, and also there exists a spatial variation in the trends, which is very different from the central India to the southeast peninsular Indian region. So what, while studying this extreme rainfall events, people have used the like daily accumulated rainfall to calculate these events. But in the recent years, we see that the rainfall that is occurring over the longer durations is reduced, and we have very short scale events which cause the flash floods basically. So what we have chosen was to study the subdaily extreme rainfall events, which significantly affects the flash flood intensity, not only over the urban areas, even it's a problem for the rural areas as well. So we have used the hourly IMD rain gauges data for over the long term data set is used to study the trend analysis for this. And also we have compared this IMD observations with the CMIP6 models, both historical and the MIP models for this. And also when this extreme rainfall events occurs, we notice that there is a large impact on the surface essential climate variables as well, especially radiation components and as well as the soil parameters. So we have quantified using the observations that we have at IISER Tirupati that I'll be explaining. So thanks to Indian Meteorological Department, which has a wealth of long-term rain gauge stations that is all over the India, that starts from 1969 to 1910, which covers almost 40 decades of the like rainfall data at the surface. So these are the rain gauge stations that we have used to study the trends of the rainfall events, which has minimum 40 years of the continuous rainfall to study the trend analysis. So here the second map explains about what are the trends in the total rain hours. Here we could clearly see over the central Indian region, the rain hours are decreasing in when compared to the past, and also even the rain amount are also decreasing, but we could see the opposite trend that in the northwest coast of the India. So there is a contrasting feature that we have noticed for. So what kind of the events that exist, like when we plot the rainfall event versus the rainfall distribution, what is the duration of that events that we have studied. So here we could clearly see we have divided the whole time period into two. One is from 1970 to 1980 and also from 2000 to 2010. We have divided the data set into two parts to study the climate change. In the first 20 years, here we could see the rainfall events with the rigorous rainfall events with minimum duration are not much when compared to the second decade. If you see the second 2 decades here, even the rainfall with the duration less than 20 hours with approximately 150 to 200 mm of the accumulated rain events are increasing very rigorously when compared to the one. So it says that the shorter duration extreme rainfall events are increasing over the central Indian region. But this feature is not seen over the northwest coast of India. Where in the northwest coast of India, it is seen that the longer duration events are increasing with the vigorous rainfall. So we have studied what are the causative mechanisms over that, why this feature is observed over here. So one of the features that we have found was the background atmospheric conditions, like the instabilities, there is a change in that, and the total column water vapor, which had caused these differences for. So we all know mostly the rainfall comes from the passage of the depression, even like over this region as well. So we have studied the trend analysis for when the cyclones exist and for when without the rainfall without associated monsoon low pressure systems. This monsoon low pressure systems that we have considered for all the ones that starts from the low pressure to the cyclonic disturbances as well. Here we could see there is a decrease in the event frequency during the cyclonic period, which says that the number of the cyclones that is causing the rainfall over the central India are decreasing. So that's why that we could clearly see there is a decrease in the rain hours as well. But whenever you remove this and see the trend analysis, here we could see the event frequency is increasing for the normal days without the cyclones. Even though it is not significant, it says that the short duration events are increasing. So we have to analyze further. So here we could see not only because of the cyclones, even the localized systems are increasing with respect to time in the recent decades, which is most important and which is an alarming factor in the present day scenario. So this feature that we have compared with the CMIP6 models, which is very important for the future projections as well. So these are the same, we have done it for the many CMIP6 models, which has the high resolution data. Here I am showing one. In the CMIP6 models, here one feature is very, very evident that in none of the decades it is not showing any rainfall events which is less than 20 hours. Like short duration events are not at all seen, that you could clearly see here, either in the first 2 decades or in the second 2 decades as well here. So it is not at all capturing the short duration heavy rainfall events. So some of the studies over the continental US and also the Australia by Dr. Westra and Dr. Allen has showed that this this is not capturing because of the land atmospheric linkages are relatively weak, especially the soil moisture that allows the rain systems to propagate. So we have decided to quantify how the response of the surface parameters happen during the extreme rainfall events. So the land atmospheric processes are very much important during this extreme rainfall events. So we have chosen one of the extreme rainfall events that occurred over Tirupati in 2021, which caused floods. Here you could see there is a huge floods that occurred in 2021 November. Like here you can see there is a complete floods not only in the in and around the Tirumala, in and around the Tirupati. So this is one of the anomalous event that you could see not only in the November for the past 30 decades, but also during the northeast monsoon. Here are the anomaly of the rainfall that is plotted. This is one of the rarest events that we have seen in 2021. So we thought we could quantify using this event. So this rainfall has occurred because of the passage of the depressions that is caused from the Bay of Bengal to the Tirupati. This line explains the location of the Tirupati here. The depression is passed over here, formed over here, and it is passing through the Tirupati region. During this event, we have received approximately 390 mm of the rain just within a span of 1 week. Here, this rainfall is nearly 50% of the annual rainfall we generally receive. That we got it in just 1 week span of time. So this is a very anomalous event that we have seen. So we have quantified using the measurements that we have, meteorological sensors that we have at ISER Tirupati. We have the meteorological sensors at ISER Tirupati from the net radiometer. All the surface meteorological sensors are there. Like net radiation measurements, which measures the incoming short wave, outgoing, and also the soil moisture, heat flux, not only at the surface, but also at the subsurface levels as well. And also we have the Parseval disdrometer to measure the raindrops as distribution, and also the clouds to measure right from the surface to the 15 kilometers. So we have used all the data sets to quantify the event. So during the passage of this event, we have the event from 10 to 12 November and also from 17th to 19th November. So we have quantified the surface net solar radiation diurnal variation and also the surface net thermal radiation diurnal variation over those periods. So and we have compared with the clear sky days. Whenever we have compared, the decrease is very huge from the normal non-cloudy days to this extreme rainfall event days. It is decreased by approximately 66.7% solar radiation is decreased. Hopefully you might have seen the dimming during the rain, but we do not might have thought about how much decrease it is. It is a huge, more than the half of that during these kind of events. And also the thermal radiation that is released from the ground is decreased by 74.4% from the non-cloudy days to this kind of cloudy days. So we just wanted to examine using the other independent data sets. So we have taken the ERA5 reanalysis data over the long term, for the past 40 decades from 1979 to 2021 over the northeast monsoon rainfall, northeast monsoon season. So, and we have segregated the data to no rain days, rainy days, and as well as the extreme rain days, extreme rainfall days, and calculated similar diurnal variation. Even though the magnitude you can see for the net surface solar radiation and thermal radiation is not same when compared to these days, because these days whatever we have taken is over the shorter duration, but the percentage of decrease from the non-cloudy days to the extreme rain days is exactly more or less they are matching with each other. It says that the climatology whatever we are showing is varying. So the percentage decrease from the cloudy to the extreme rain days is same from the error reanalysis data for over the climatology that is showed for the many years, and also this is more or less similar. So similarly, we have quantified the soil parameters as well. So we have the measurements for the soil moisture right from the surface, like 5 centimeter to the 50 centimeter subsurface soil parameter as well. So this topmost panel represents the soil moisture and also the rainy days. As I said the event occurred from 10 to 12 and 17 to 19. So that's why you could see there is a shoot up in the sudden shoot up in the soil moisture as well, and it sustained the highest soil moisture sustained for some time. So we have calculated the dry down curves for this and estimated the e-folding decay time, means how much it explains about the dryness of the surface soil. So here it is noted here. It is very clear that when compared to the normal events before, and we have compared, I am just showing for the one particular month here. So when compared to the normal events, it is after this events, the drying period is almost doubled at the surface, and it is still more at the subsurface 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters is shown, and also the 10 centimeters also. So it is taking more time, means the soil memory is increasing after this kind of extreme weather events, and it holds for a longer time when compared to the normal rain events that we see. And also the soil heat flux is also like here we could see over the soil heat flux also is very less, because of the soil temperature that is well known. The soil temperature amplitude is almost half when compared to the other days, so which has an effect on the heat flux as well. So we have quantified all these measurements, what is the effect of all these parameters during this event. So to summarize with, like this extreme weather rainfall events we have studied at the subdaily scale, which is very important in the recent years, because this kind of events are increasing, and which are like relatively less captured in the CMIP6 models. And the analysis of the linkage, this kind of analysis of the linkage between land surface process and the subdaily rainfall events is to be studied for the still more events. Recently we have seen when the cyclone Monta is passing through us, the same amount of the rain events we have seen, and the extreme rainfall events are more. So we'll be quantifying more. So I would like to request any collaborations, because this is very important over the different regions of the India. So if anybody is interested, I welcome you for the collaboration and discussion. Thank you very much. Here I would like to take an opportunity to thank the contributors of this work, especially Dr. Rajivan sir for providing us the huge data set of data set of rain gauges from the Indian Meteorological Department, and the encouragement and the discussions were very fruitful, and also Dr. Radhakrishna from NARL, and all the quantification from the IISER Tirupati work is done from by my PhD student, who has installed, who is there from right from the installation to the collecting of the data till today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sai Kranti. The floor is now open for questions.
Yeah, very nice study, Sakranti. I read the paper. So my question is, soil moisture, of course, is responsible, we know. But the kind of things that is happening, say, 29th, 30th August in Chennai, or 23rd September, Calcutta, or even you showed 26th July 2005. So kind of cloudburst, 1 hour, more than 100 millimeter rain, right? So my feeling is that the CMIP6 model, if you analyze it is not, because the systems are coming from oceans, right?
Yes,
so where there is no land surface, right? It's a part of, even if you see our Kedarnath, I mean all these events. So they are all extratropical, tropical depression, interaction, and so on. So my feeling is the CMIP6 is not at all capturing these synoptic disturbances. So this synoptic variance itself is completely absent, and the mesoscale process that is actually causing this heavy rainfall, those are completely absent in CMIP6. CMIP6 model and all the global climate models currently, they don't have the representation of the processes that is responsible to cause this type of cloud and rain. That is the current state of the art. So you and your students and everybody in India should actually put effort to make this model enable to capture these clouds and its processes.
Yes.
Otherwise, we have no hope
Yes.
in this climate change
Yes.
scenario.
We'll try. Sir, actually one interesting feature what we have seen was, we had 2 events consecutively. The first event was not propagating much, but the second event was propagating spatially and as well as the temporally for a longer time. Like we have seen some of the studies, like when the soil is wet and the system is propagating, then it allows the existence of the system for the longer duration. So this
It
kind of
could be,
things I thought.
but systematic bias in
Yeah,
CMIP6
yeah.
model
Yes,
is
sir, I
that it
agree.
is underestimating all these synoptic variance.
Yes, yes, I agree, sir.
But good study.
Thank you very much.
I have just one point. You show the data from 1960s onward or
Yes.
something. By any chance, is there any data even before that? Okay, what is my point is, cloud blast is one thing, but this flooding in the city, this is, I think, this is more or less man-made. We know that all this channel, etc., they are gradually, we are closing that. That's the flooding is that issue. So that's why, do you have the more data even earlier when this kind of urbanization not started, in that long period, is there any
Yes.
increase or the things?
Sir, I think IMD has, but why we chose from 1969 is like to maintain the uniformity. Like we were studying about this.
My only point is that, let's say 1900 to 1950, do you see any trend of the cloud burning or this thing is increasing, some trend?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was studied. That's what I showed. Yes, it is 1900 to 2000.
Okay.
It was a extreme rainfall events. Like I could say, very extreme rainfall event with a magnitude greater than 150 mm per day. So it is studied by Rajivan sir. Here you could see there is an increase in the from 1950.
Yeah, so recent time that's okay, that's it. Okay, thanks.
Even before also, yes.
Hi, I don't know much about this field, so my question may be very naive. I'm curious whether, so if you look at land use, land cover, India is really very fragmented, very patchy. So, like for example, across the world, generally patches, parcels of land use are much larger, whereas in India, there's very, very, very patchy land use, land cover.
Yes.
So I'm wondering whether, is this in any way, could this in any way influence the kind of small scale, like the variability of small scale patterns that you see? Because if it's forest patch, small forest patch, very, very small.
I think at IISc the work is going on,
Okay.
but
Sorry,
I'm not
maybe
sure
this is not
about the result of that. When I was doing postdoc over there, I used to see whatever you have asked exactly, but I could not see them later then. I think, of course, it should be, according to me.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, if your question about global climate models, I was wondering whether the specifics of land use, land cover is very different in India, and that's why you have a lot of these very local events, which are very intense and short. But I don't know, maybe that's not the case.
Like major effect is from global warming, one of the ones that we have seen.
I know that.
But
I'm
this
just
land
saying,
use, land cover change, how much it affects the extreme, no, I really don't have the proper idea about it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
This is a general question, kind of anti-correlated with main thrust of your lecture.
Yes.
How scientific are these efforts at artificial rainmaking?
Artificial?
Rainmaking.
Okay. Sir, I think this is important too, because by knowing these processes, like say for example cloud seeding, if you know the cloud microphysics, rain making, like like if you have more number of aerosols, and even if there is no water vapor, our cloud seeding fails. So I think if you understand better and do that in a proper way, I think it works. It is helpful. Yes. Thank you.
Ma'am, one quick comment and question.
Yes,
Question
sir.
cum comment. Your study is very important.
Yes.
You have talked about floods and so on and so forth. Cities are inundated with water. And this is not only north or south, almost every part of the country.
Yes, sir.
Even Rajasthan.
Yes.
Question is, more than 50%, this is my humble submission with due respect.
Yes.
More than 50% problem is created by us, by human being. Why? Every city, if you look at it, prior to rain, the NDMC says all the desilting has been done, it has never been done. The water that should go, is choked. When rainfall comes, water has to go to the river. And mind you, in India, I do not exactly know, but I can tell you later, number of ponds which used to be there, number of lakes which used to be there, they're all done. The builders have made buildings, the land have been sold.
Great.
We ourselves have created disaster without respecting Mother Nature. And today, no matter what we do, how much we cry, it's not going to solve. We got to be morally, socially, and then of course scientifically responsible for all this mess.
Yes.
Second point, which is very important, more important than anything else, is that if the river banks have been encroached, water has to find a way to go.
Yeah.
Cloud burst is once in a while phenomenon. In Uttarakhand, for example, if you have constructed houses after houses after houses on the area which is supposed to be reserved for nature, nature has no way to breathe even. What will then happen? Nature will take its action. So think of it. My humble submission to you is that find out how many ponds in the entire country in India with 147 crores population. These ponds have been encroached upon, the lands have been sold. This is true also for Kashmir, right? When once we have the answer, perhaps then person like we and you can manage to talk about the management and remedial measure.
Sure, sure, sir, I'll do.
You agree with me?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So thank you, Sai Kranti. Thank you, sir, for the comments. We'll move on to the next talk. The next speaker is Professor Suresh Jain from Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, IIT Tirupati. So he graduated with his doctoral thesis from IIT Delhi, and his research interests lie in the area of air quality modeling and management, environmental risk assessment, integrated impact assessment, and sustainability assessment. Today he's going to talk to us about advancing urban transport and sustainability through AI-based emission mapping, policy scenario modeling, and the built environmental health nexus. Maybe he's going to touch upon some human-created problems that may be solvable. Thank you, Suresh.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the Academy and IISER Tirupati for giving the opportunity to present our work. This is a very recent work. We were just trying to connect what Arunima was trying to see, how the AI, ML, or deep learning can help in better understanding of the things to understand the pollution. And I understand that the previous topic was also very close to us, and this is also very close to, because air we breathe is having no boundary, and wherever we are, like it's exposed to. And now I think everybody is hearing about multiple cities. Air pollution is really a big problem. And in India, we have identified almost 133 non-attainment cities. And non-attainment city means like where the pollution levels are beyond the national ambient air quality standards. And why it is a concern? Because you see some of the natural resources have certain boundaries, but definitely air will not have any boundary. So wherever you generate, it can move to the next location, and how much the people are there, they exposed, is going to be a problem. Like recently you saw in Delhi, because Delhi comes always in the picture. And that's where, like you see, recently it was shown that the government was trying to say even they permitted the crackers, but still air quality is better than the previous years. So that's where how the politics also works somehow to justify the things. And you heard about that, most of the monitoring stations where you are measuring the air quality, you are spraying the water to bring down the levels of the pollutants. And then you are claiming that your air quality is better than the previous time. So I don't know what we are trying to do. Sometimes we are trying to do like hiding the data, but ultimately we all are exposed to. It's not like the people they are not exposed to. Definitely air quality having an issue is, it's not restricted to one place, most importantly. And the second important reason is air quality will not affect everybody with the same level. For example, we are sitting in the air-conditioned auditorium, so we'll not be definitely exposed the amount if somebody is on the outside very close to the roadside. So their exposure is going to be very, very high compared to us who are sitting in a closed AC room. So that is also, there is a difference. And fortunately, unfortunately, what happens is the people who are exposed more is not really getting the benefit of the things. For example, you heard about that the people starts buying the purifiers. The people who are you can say the outdoor workers, traffic police, the people who spends more time in the ambient environment, and they really just struggle for the bread and butter, like evening they will eat something in the evening after putting some efforts, right? So they don't afford the purifiers or such type of technologies, but their exposure is really on a higher side. I was working on one of the topic like lung cancer with AIIMS, and we were studying because it's easy because AIIMS having a huge data of the lung cancer patients, and then we realized that the women where the maximum lung cancers are coming, the women who spend a lot of time on the cooking, and especially from the rural area. And we can understand if we realize that how the cooking happens in the rural area, the women from the early age, they start preparing meal for their family, right? And biomass, which is like a very crude way of burning in the small traditional way of the cook stove, and their emissions, like most of our monitors fails to monitor because the quantity, in terms of pollutant is so high, even the monitors fails to measure it. So you can understand that whatever you expose in a day, they even less than 10 minutes or 20 minutes, they expose that much amount of the pollution. So their lung cancer were more related to this, and the men who is having more like an addiction with the smoking are having more inclined towards the lung cancer is there. And that's one of the important reasons, like air quality. I remember when I was in the masters, and so we were listening about the Millennium Development Goals. Now we're talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, and we never saw like environment is going to be in a reason of premature deaths across, when you see the top 10 causal factors of premature deaths across the globe. And air pollution comes as the top 5 causal factors, which is making lots of premature deaths. That's really unfortunate. And what sir was trying to say, like we all are responsible for this. And that is where the things are there. And in engineering principle, what we taught how to control, so last part, like we see like 4, 5, 6 steps are there, and the options are there. Last is the prevention. And when we see like what cities are doing, like in the name of control of air pollution, we are adopting the last step. We are not going with the basic fundamental control measures where we are supposed to. Like for example, you heard about that the smoke tower has been installed in a city. So how you will see the smoke tower is going to help you, like we are just putting something in the air, and there is no boundary in the atmosphere, right? And we are trying to clean the air in that area and trying to see like how it is going to be there. So whole picture, if you see from source to receptor, anything which is the source, and ultimately how it is transformed or transported or transformed into another pollutant, finally coming to the receptor, people like us or any of the living beings or anybody. How exactly it is happening is important to understand. And the most important way to control is definitely you have to control at the source. If you go to any socio-economic cost-benefit analysis, whatever the way, you are going to find out that the most easy and cost-effective method is to control at the source. Prevention is the last measure in this particular area, and that's where we try to work and try to see how the advancements of the tools will help you to understand better. For example, I remember when I worked on one of the outdoor site for the traffic police in Delhi. So when we realize that many of the traffic police, because traffic police is known for some other reasons, people see like they ask for money when you jump a traffic light and so, but you never see like these are the people who spend most of the time they spend very close to the roadside, and the emissions which comes from the vehicles like diesel and petrol or any other fuel, you are going to see that that is the most dangerous, or it's having lots of carcinogenic products also there, right? So you will find out that the time they spend more and more in that particular job, they are having a lot of symptoms with a lot of like issues with the medical issues are there. We are not realizing how it is happening. Then the study has been published. It is taken by the media, and then finally we start getting some call from the commissioners, and so who have permitted, have done. Finally, but then it's realized that it is benefit for that society or for their people, right? And they got to know like what are the options are there. For example, if you are spending more time continuously in that area, if you only shift of the person who is from in a high exposed area to a low exposed, or maybe in the indoor environment, you can really save some of those damages, and by the time the body can rejuvenate and can be perform better. So there are ways and means where you can do that. So instead of going into more like numbers, we know that really air quality is a problem. And not in like in our country, most of the South Asian part of the country, air pollution is really a bad situation. And when you talk about even in the entire country, so definitely the north part, because of the meteorological regions and geographical regions, like you heard about that most of the time, Indo-Gangetic Plain, the top north part is always exposed to the higher air pollution levels. And we always talks about the multiple events are coming, whether we talks about some festivals, then the stubble burning, and you always see last 3-4 months of the typical winter time, we start debating who contributes how much, and finally the summer comes, and then the people will stop discussing. And the next winter again, we start discussing about the same problem. But you are realizing that your cities are congested, like if you see like sometime when you talk about Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, and so, yeah, the cities are getting very slow down. And getting slow down means more and more time you're spending on the roads, it means more and more emissions are coming. And the most important is why it is so important, because what the emission factors they give the companies, it's a more of a static emission factors. And if you remember that there was a study where the US have identified the Volkswagen, when the real-time emissions they have measured, it was almost 9 to 15 times higher than the static emission factors. So means when your vehicle is on the road, it is, if you are claiming that X amount of emissions are coming per kilometer you drive the vehicle, but sometimes what happen, or most of the time what happen, when it is actually on the road, emissions can be 5 to 15 times higher than the static emission factors. And what happens is when you do calculate those emissions which is contributed by a particular sector, so-called transport, you always hide the emissions, and it will not come out like it is a very significant components of significantly contributing to the air quality. And that's where like we never come up with like which sector is contributing how much. Whatever the type of models you use, you're not able to, because most of the time you use the static emission factors. Then we talk about that increased private vehicles, daily urban travel demands, public transport. We know most of the cities, what is the situation of our public transport is there. Increased in travel time, decreased in travel speed, increased fossil fuel, like Tom into this congestion index have showcased that Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru coming out in the top 5 slow, you can say slow in speed in the vehicles in the world. And when you talk about the congestion also, they are on the top 10. So you can understand that typical urbans in the urban environment or urban city, speed of an average vehicle should be around like 25 to 40 kilometers per hour. Or in the congestion time, rush hours, it should be around 25 kilometers per hour. But if you are going to look around like what is happening in Kolkata, Bengaluru, Delhi, Pune, and so, it is almost like a 15 kilometers per hour. So that's, you can see the amount of time you spend on roads. So at the same time, slowdown of the vehicles is also increasing more and more pollution. And importantly, what the most important part is, the people who stay around the roadsides are really exposed more. So for example, you talk about your street vendors, street sweepers, traffic police, the people who are around the roadsides, they are exposed the more, not the people like us who are sitting in the air-conditioned room. So that's where the differential, like spatio-temporal variations, when you see how the exposure, so exposure really matters where you are and how much you are exposed to, and then the damage is definitely happening according to this only. And then there are impacts: traffic congestion, infrastructure shortage, air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, human health. So all these are well connected. So it's a well connected theories there. I put the title The Nexus, but somehow looking into the time, I will not go up to that. But one of our study, we have gone into the built environment, travel behavior, and the environmental health. Like how exactly your built environment and the travel behavior and the environmental health is well connected, even though people are working in these dimensions. But most of the time they have worked on 2 dimensions, and we have worked on 3 dimensions. So once you understand this, even the existing city, you can see where the gaps are there. If you really want to improvise, looking into that type of theory, you can apply and then improvise the city. Or if you are planning something new, like desiltation is not an only problem. You see, your design like in 1950, and till date your storm drainage is working almost on the same way, right? So your capacity, the way the cities are expanding, the infrastructure is not expanding to accommodate those things. And that's why it is not able to sustain that when the extreme events are happening. And extreme events are the alarming signals to us. If you are not going to take the measures on time, definitely damage. So what we have tried to do in this case, we have used certain, like what Arunima was trying to see, how the CNN model or the deep learning, machine learning, AI, how these tools will help us to understand better instead of doing the static way or the conventional way. For example, when we do the traffic analysis, so we were doing like more like go to the roadsides and then counting each and every vehicle. You have to put people, like 10 people, they are counting the different category of vehicles, how many vehicles are passing. Then you come to the lab, then analyzing the things. But nowadays, it's like tools are there. It can be easy, like where you can use drones, you can use CCTV, which are by default, like CCTVs are installed in many of the cities. So CCTV can capture the images or the records that can be trained by like CNN model, like what Arunima tried like explain, how those model can be done. Why, like for example, in the bottom side, if you see that what is happening in this case is like it's a more of a traditional way, like you take the registration RTO data, and in RTO data, what is happening is when you see actually the vehicles which are on road is not the same which is registered in the RTO. The problem is what is happening in this case is like, and then you try to use those numbers which is not actually representative of your the vehicles which are there on the roads, and that results into like error in your output, and you will not able to contribute what exactly the emissions are. So what we have done, we have taken 2 examples, like one is the Tirupati city and one of the Vijayawada city. Vijayawada city is one of the known attainment city, and Tirupati being like we are here, so that's why we have taken this one example. So what we have done, we have recorded some of the images, like how the vehicles are running on the roads. We have trained the model using the YOLO and the CNN techniques, and we try to get an accuracy of almost like 93% accuracy in terms of vehicle classification, count, and the speed estimations. So because once you know how exactly the vehicles are, what type of vehicles are there, and how many vehicles are there, and what is the speed, because speed varies the emissions also. So that has been accounted, and then based on that, like you can see what type of vehicle is moving, and in real time you can count, and in the real time you can have an emission inventory. So instead of having a static inventory once in 5 years to making, if you train your model, so some of the data which is captured automatically in the, which is by default like either the traffic police or RTO are doing, that data can be like used directly and can be to see like how the emissions are coming in that city. So once you train your model, it will identify which vehicle, what type of classifications are there, and then you can in the real time you can see how the number of vehicles are going, and then you can convert into like based on the category and the fuel, you can try to see like how the numbers are counted. And in the diurnal pattern, you can see the entire like 24-hour cycle. You see what type of vehicle, how many vehicles are there, and how the speed varies. That can be accounted into the system. And that is where you can see the entire road network. You can see where the emissions are high, where the emissions are low, and what are the hotspots, what particular time the emissions are high. And it will give you a picture or an understanding to the decision makers, or the, like for example, now the responsibility of improving the air quality in the cities are the ULBs, urban local bodies. So fortunately, we have taken some model from Europe and implemented in India, and where we know the urban local bodies are still not able to manage our solid waste and day-to-day problems, right? And the air quality, they don't know the ABC of air quality as on date, but the responsibility was given to the urban local bodies, and somehow they don't know what to do. And I see like, Sir is here, like from NARL, we have done few of the cities, and many of the places when we did the audit, we found that entire money is going into road making, road shoulder making, just putting some, you can say, plantation. So in the name of air quality improvement, this is what the interventions are happening, and we are thinking we are able to improve our air quality. This is not going to happen that way, because air quality is not that easy phenomenon like to be controlled like this. So what it helps is, like in the real time, when you use certain advanced tools, it will help us understanding in the real time what time exactly, how much emissions are there, and how you have to control, and where the hotspots are there. Hotspots means in a particular area you can see like where the pollution is, like for example in the city center, the pollution is becoming high, and what is the concentration, and if you want to take the measures at that particular time, you can take in a decision. So that is how these tools will help in the real-time measurements. And if it is connected, for example, all CCTVs, which is already there and capturing the data, if it can be connected with these type of tools, you can get in the real-time emissions. And that where you can take in a decision how to control that. So this is how like we have identified different pollutants like particulate matter, nitrogen dioxide, which is one of the important, you can say, emissions from the transport sector. So this is like carbon monoxide. You can see the different time of in the diurnal way when and where the pollution concentration is going to be very, very high. Similarly, we have done for the Vijayawada. Vijayawada also, like we have done a lot of surveys, and finally what we have done is like we have checked like what are the different policy, the government policy, whether it is national level or the state level, and how it is going to make an impacts. For example, if somebody have visited the Vijayawada, one of the main national highway is actually passing through the center of the city. So one of the important things you see, national highway and passing through the city, when the city is already there, and 90% of your goods vehicles which don't have any business in the city is just passed through the city, and they are just creating a lot of emissions to the city. Fortunately, unfortunately, your wind directions, like it's most of the things which is whatever, like if you see in winter, whatever you release on the roadsides, everything is coming to the city, even though you are releasing outside. Airport is outside in this direction, and even though those emissions are coming to the city. Only the fortunate part is, yeah, just I'll conclude here. So good part is here that if you are able to see how the meteorology is there, how the wind direction is there, and if you propose this highway from outside the city and directly it goes to the, like beyond the city level, 90% of vehicles just go like from the outer roads instead of they just entered into the city. Like for example, if you remember in Delhi was the same problem, and now the two outer peripheral roads have been made so that those vehicles which they don't have any business in the city, they will just go there directly from those roads instead of they coming into the city. So those things are there, the small measures are there, those can be taken into account if you really want that city has to be having a improved air quality. I'll stop here, thank you very much.
Thank you, Suresh, for that wonderful talk. The floor is open to questions.
That was really interesting talk. I'm curious about a way forward. So, it's really nice to, look at the impacts of what's going on, try to retrofit policies to how, to think about it, but it's still post hoc. So I was wondering whether, have you considered thinking about some training modules for city planners and something proactive rather than, after the fact? And of course, it's very important to do these analyses, but going forward, like there's so many new cities being developed, how can we start with kind of a more, even a logical way to think about emissions going forward?
Yeah, means as a part of the National Clean Air Program, and many of our institutions are so-called institutes of repute. Actually, they are the technical partners with the ULBs, pollution control boards. But fortunately, unfortunately, what is happening is ULBs are also not coming forward. The problem is like it's not the training models are not there. We are not helping them. In context to, like, for example, what I showcased you is only a very small part of the transport. Actually, we have worked out for the entire city how the sources are contributing the pollution in the city, whether it is coming out from outside the city or within the city, and how much a particular source is contributing. And at the same time, management plan has been also given. Yeah,
but I think the driver is money, right? At the end of
yes.
it. So that is a really important thing which policymakers
that also
will not
have been
tell you
done
about.
because when you are making a plan, so socio-economic components like what is the profit, like in terms of benefits, co-benefits are also have been accounted, so that some of the benefits may be in the immediate term, some of the benefits are on the long term. So those are also accounted when the management plan has been made. But what I am trying to tell, like again, the accountability is the major issue. Like for example, even the science-based action plan has been made, but the collector is deciding like what do you have to do. So for example, you say today meeting happens, by the evening or next day, you have to make a plan, and that is actually implemented in the city, instead of people like us who really made the science-based action plan, which is really, you can say the multiple, solution oriented, is not really implemented.
So I think that one thing, sorry, I'm taking too much time, I know, but one thing is like something we have started as wildlife people is going to the IGNFA, the training of these officers, and started to interact with them then. So I think maybe that's something also which is really important to consider.
That's happening, and that's why some of the cities are becoming little role models, like where they are really coming forward. So not only the ULBs, in fact, even the political parties also, they are also participating in these events. And then the Pollution Control Board, who are actually responsible for industrial emissions, they're also understanding like where the roles and responsibilities are there, and at the same time the citizens, because their roles and responsibilities are also equally in this particular area. For example, we buy 5 vehicles, 2 we always keep standing, and then 3 we are on the right. So for small reasons, half a kilometer or a kilometer we start using our motorized vehicle, right? So multiple things are there where with the citizen science-based approach, we are trying with the people, we are giving those training, and then how they are like getting educated, and I think they are also coming forward. But it's a long journey, I believe, so it's not going to be easy. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the important talk. So I have a similar question. Like, so you have explained about the kind of the problems, but have you also looked into the optimal solution, like considering the benefits of this transport system? So have you looked into like some optimal solution to overcome this situation?
Yeah, you see, like in this case, when we have highlighted, transport is one, we have given like 3 or 4 different options. Like one is, for example, even your national highway. You see in Delhi, for example, now they have the peripheral highways. You have Dwarka Expressway and another expressway is there, right? It was actually given in 2004 solution. And now this is implemented, like almost 20 years later, this is implemented. And you will find out that I told you, like we have a complete data. For example, in case of Vijayawada, 90% of the goods vehicle, even more than 90% of goods vehicle, they don't have any business in the city, right? And then you made the national highway. It means the planners or the architects or different disciplines, they are not coming together. So when we are designing the city, there are multiple stakeholders who have to come forward and discuss, like in the existing city, what are the solutions? Those are proposed. But
No,
that's not
I mean,
going
is
to
there
be
a
immediate.
quantitative solution, like you measured some, that you have to reduce minimally, that you drop some critical number of vehicles so that the pollution will be reduced?
Yeah, those are also like, for example, like we are listening like how Beijing have reduced their emissions, right? So those models also suggested. Like again, it's not like until the government or you can say the decision makers are not going to really take into account, it's not going to be that easy. In that case, what is happening is citizen also has to come forward because it's not a problem of us only. It's a problem of everybody, and everybody have to understand in both ways a responsibility to reduce their activities, number one, and to understand this is damaging, to come forward also to ask. Then only I think we'll be able to get the solution to be implemented on ground.
Okay, so on that point, my point or question may not be suitable to the audience, but I am saying that we are saying that we have to take the responsibility for this. And you say that one of the dominant problem is this vehicle in the road. So I am asking you and all the audience, how many of you are using the public transport to your daily life? If we are not solving this problem, then this discussion has no meaning. That's my point I'm telling you and all the audience also.
Yeah, both the things are, sir. Like people are interested in using the public transport, then cities should have a public transport, number one. One is this.
No, let me finish.
Yeah.
If you want to use the public transport, you tell that we need the public transport. But instead of Delhi says that we reduce the vehicle, odd number vehicle, people buy 2 vehicles. Just as that alternate they can run this vehicle. They do not want to use the public transport. So, but I do not think that government also has their restriction. You say that you need to make the road. To make the road, how many people you have to take out their land? To taking the land is not easy. You gave the solution, this road, but to taking out the land is not easy.
There is a trade-off, sir.
So, okay, let's say trade-off. But my point is that if you say the road is this, road transport is the main, then we are the people, are the more responsible people or doing the more pollution in the road. Like we people, we are driving the car in this road. Who are in the traffic signal dying, they are using the public transport.
Sir, in 2004, multimodal transport, I don't know how many knows about that. In the country, I was part of that program. Multimodal transport system was built in the country and means designed for the country, for Delhi, and only metro was implemented into the system. It was having monorail, light rail, BRT, then metro, and the feeder connectivity was there. So 650 kilometer connectivity was there. But finally, you see from the decision maker only the metro came into the picture, and that's why the metro is replicating. If that model was implemented, the city could have automatically replicated the models.
Suresh?
Yes, sir.
I am acutely aware we are running short of time.
Yes, sir.
Just quick comment. You have left one part, not because you wanted to leave it, but it happened that pollution is a very serious problem and your study is very important. We have a scenario when Safai Karamchari takes the trash from the houses. He then leaves it in open in several cities in the country. Yes. And this is causing pollution. The most vulnerable and affected people are those who then start scavenging those trashes.
Yes.
And then you have something called hospital, abfall. Abfall means trash. And you also have something called plastics all over. The rampant use of plastic inlay, no. The rampant use of paper or eco-friendly stuff, that is fine. So we have to see things in the larger perspective to be able to ensure that we keep our city as clean as, for example, the campus of Tirupati. This I see.
Correct.
Second point, which is very important, I am not worried now for vehicle because electrical vehicles are on the road. So sooner or later we will start having electrical vehicle, things will improve. But as you say, and we all agree, citizens' involvement is very important to be able for us to act in a responsible manner. Walking for a couple of kilometers for buying groceries is perfectly fine rather than using car. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the comments. It's very evident that was an exciting session. So I think let's continue the discussion in the lunch hall, and we all should be back here by 2:15. The last word for the session is thanks to all the speakers, Anil, Arunima, Sai Kranti, and Suresh Jain. All their talks dwelt well and fell into each other's subject. So thank you again, and let's take break for lunch.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this session. My name is K.N. Raghavan. I'm a mathematician. I was at the Institute of Mathematical Sciences in Chennai for a long time, but now I'm at Kriya University, which is about 100 kilometers from here. We have two talks, not three. The first talk by Professor Sudesh Khanduja having been given already. I have great pleasure and pride in welcoming our first speaker, Professor Dishant Pancholi. Dishant is a mathematician at the Institute of Mathematical Sciences in Chennai. He has been recognized for his work by the Birla Science Prize 2018 and the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award 2019. But more importantly, and pay attention to this, his contributions have advanced our understanding of symplectic and contact topology. So he's going to speak to us today about embeddings of 4 manifolds in triple product of the sphere. Dishant.
This is forward, this is backward. Press and hold this one, digital pointer will appear on the screen.
This is forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is backward. The top one is digital pointer that will be appear on the screen. You press and hold the one, which is off. That is
Thanks a lot. I hope everybody can hear. So I'm going to talk about embeddings of 4 manifold. Well, embeddings means you are going to realize a particular space, which I call manifold, which is like a surface, which is some nice smooth structure on it, inside some ambient space, so that you can, this kind of things helps you in constructing invariants of spaces, geometric spaces. So the question I'm going to discuss is that now if you are, this manifold has different dimensions, like for example, 1-dimensional manifold is circle, 2-dimensional manifold is a 2-dimensional sphere, like a surface of a tennis ball, or a surface of a donut. So these are example of 2-dimensional manifold. So one given any n-dimensional manifold, one can ask how can I view this n-dimensional manifold in some bigger space, which is called, it's embedding in a bigger manifold. So, and ideally one would like to understand the smallest dimensional space in which we can see this, so that so the question is that given n, what is the smallest k such that every n-dimensional manifold embeds, you can ignore terms like smoothly and so on, embeds in a fixed manifold of dimension k. So this is the technical thing that I am going to assume manifolds are connected orientable, but for most purpose we can right now ignore that. So what we know is that when n is odd number, then the if n-dimensional manifold always goes into sphere of dimension 2n minus 1. And this means that every 3-dimensional manifold, which are of real interest because of its dimension, we are living in 3-dimensional world, they would go inside a 5-dimensional sphere. And so the natural question is that, well, it is the best thing you can expect for 3-dimensional case, because it is known that there is no 4-dimensional space in which all the 3-dimensional space embed. So natural question is, what about 4 manifold? Because of course, if you include time, then even 4 dimensions are important. So in which dimensional space or manifold all 4-dimensional manifolds embed? And so what I want to discuss is this result that this every 4 manifold embed inside CP1 cross CP1 cross CP1, which is nothing but product of CP1 is nothing but just 2-dimensional sphere. It is just a fancy way I have written, but it's just usual 2-dimensional sphere. And if I take Cartesian product of this sphere with its 3 times, then that's the space I am considering. And the statement is that every 4-dimensional manifold or every 4-dimensional geometric space embeds inside product of 3 of these round spheres. And it is known that all 4-dimensional manifold cannot embed inside 6-dimensional sphere. They embed only if these manifolds are spin, which many people may be familiar with this terminology. So if this 4 manifold admits spin structure, then it is possible to put them inside 6-dimensional sphere. Otherwise, you have to work with spaces which are slightly more complicated geometrically than just a nice sphere. And one such space is product of 3 2-dimensional spheres. So what I need to explain to you roughly the proof is a decomposition of 4-dimensional manifold. So any such object, 4-dimensional manifold, is actually union of 3 subsets, or you can say 3 parts. So you can decompose your 4 manifold into 3 parts, and these 3 parts comes together with a function to the 2-dimensional sphere, which satisfies these 3 property, that part A, meaning A is under this pi, is sent to the upper hemisphere of the 2 sphere, part B is sent to the equator, and part C is sent to the lower hemisphere. So you have kind of decomposition of your manifold into 3 parts. The first part is sent completely to the upper hemisphere, the middle part is sent to the equator, and the lowest part is sent to the lower hemisphere. And we are going to use these 3 pieces and embed each piece separately, and then in a way that we can patch those embeddings together. So let me describe the first part. The first part looks like, so what I have drawn below is a upper hemisphere but kind of flattened out. So upper hemisphere looks like a disc, but which is kind of curved like this. I have just flattened out by heating on the top. And then if I look at this, what it looks at every point of this upper hemisphere, if I look at the inverse image, the thing that is mapped under pi to this point is either a surface, which is like a surface of, as I told you, a surface of a donut which I have drawn, or maybe slightly more complicated, many donuts, just like a donut with many more holes than just one hole. So, but there are some points which I have denoted by x, where this nice donut picture sort of disappears, and you actually get some kind of singularity where a curve on this donut is pinched to a point. Okay. So that is the part A. So part A looks like this. Part A just looks like this pinch donut times a circle, which is the equator, and okay, I think there's some, excuse me, can you tell me how to go back to the okay. So I'm sorry. So what I was explaining is that the part B looks like this singular donut with a circle pinched, surface of a donut with a circle pinched time equator, and the third part looks like this circle which was pinched is chopped off, and a 2 nice disc is attached to it times a disc. So it will be what is known as genus G-1 surface. If the original donut had k punctures, then this will have k-1 punctures. So what we'll do is we'll embed each part separately. So let's recall that X is A union B union C, and part C, what we know about part C is that part C is just this a smaller number of punctures donut times the lower hemisphere, where L is the lower hemisphere. And so if you find an embedding of surface inside CP1 cross CP1, which is very easy to find because every surface that you can think of actually sits inside 3-dimensional space, so it trivially sits inside 4-dimensional space. And so this guarantees that there is an embedding of part C into the product of two spheres times the lower hemisphere. Now a little bit of trick allows us to, which is called local model of singularity, allows us to extend this embedding also along the equator, because on the equator there is some singularity which I have written in explicit coordinate. It looks like x square plus y square minus z square, the singularity at 0 of this polynomial. And so whatever we have extended can be extended to the lower hemisphere union equator. So what remains is to extend this embedding which is given on the lower hemisphere including equator to the upper hemisphere, and the part that we need to extend is the part A. And let me recall that previous picture, that part A was something like this. There was upper hemisphere, and inverse image of every point was either a nice K-hole donut or a K-hole donut on which a particular curve is pinched. So to extend this, we need the notion of flexible embedding, and I would like to give a sort of a baby model of what this flexible embedding consists of. So here is a model. You take pair of point P comma Q, then the two obvious transformation that you can think about this two point is that P going to P and Q going to Q, or P going to Q and Q going to P. So these are the two transformations, or we will call in topology terms these are two homeomorphisms. So now, but there is no, if you just look at this set of points P comma Q, then there is no way you can make these two transformation transform from one to another continuously by one parameter family, because they are like a just discrete set. But if I think of these two points P comma Q as a point of a unit disk which I have drawn here, and if I rotate this unit disk by 180 degree, then, and I can do this rotation continuously starting from 0 to 180, then I can kind of move Q to P and P to Q. A two-dimensional generalization of this notion is what I have drawn in that picture, which just says that I have a transformation from sigma to sigma, where sigma is the surface of K-hole donut, and I want to put this sigma inside product of two sphere in such a way that inside the product of these two sphere this sigma moves around, and when it comes back to itself, it does not come back to itself as identity, but it comes back to itself as a transformation phi. And a theorem of Hiroshi says that such kind of embeddings of surfaces are indeed possible inside product of two sphere or product of CP1 cross CP1. And so we use this to, this is the key ingredient we use to, originally we had defined an embedding, for any embedding we could produce an embedding that extends to equator, and now we have to restrict to this particular embedding which has this property that the transformations, any transformation of a sigma, which I will call it diffeomorphism, any diffeomorphism sigma actually comes from a smooth, actually comes from a continuous transformation of CP1 cross CP1. And so you use this fact and the fact that such an embedding is possible to glue, to extend the embedding that was already there on the lower hemisphere union equator to the upper hemisphere. And that's the basic idea of proof of this result. So thanks.
Well, we have, thanks Dishant for finishing well in time.
Thanks to you.
We have time for questions, so. Yes.
In quantum physics, we talk about 2-qubit Hilbert space. In quantum physics, we talk about 2-qubit Hilbert space. Yeah. A single qubit Hilbert space is CP1. 2-qubit is supposed to be CP3. Complex project, yeah, 2n plus 1.
But it is
CP3. So I wonder what is the connection between CP1 cross CP1?
Yeah, because, of course, because it is 4-dimensional complex space and you are identifying the lines to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm wondering whether there is any connection between that and your CP1 cross CP1.
No, there is no
connection. I see.
No, there is no. For this particular existence of CP1 cross CP1 has no connection with that fact.
That's CP3, I see.
But what is true is that every 4-dimensional space indeed can be seen inside CP3, which is the Hilbert, which is the thing you are talking about. Yeah.
Thank you.
We have time, so other questions are welcome. Okay, if not, then let's thank Dishant for a very nice talk. Our second speaker in this session is Dr. Tarak Karmakar, who is currently Associate Professor in the Department of Chemistry at IIT Delhi. He obtained his PhD in 2016 from JNCASR. He's been elected an Associate of the Academy in 2023, and he's going to speak to us today about the title is From Atoms to Algorithms, Computer Simulations in the Age of AI. Tarak.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, sir, for your kind introduction. First of all, I thank the Academy for giving me an opportunity to present my work at this stage. And so today I'm going to talk about some of the work that we have been doing at IIT Delhi. So it's been more than a couple of years that we started exploring AI-driven molecular dynamic simulations. So today I'm going to talk about some of the ideas that we kind of get from AI or machine learning area and then try to apply for computer simulations. Especially we try to apply them to deal with some molecules and materials. So the talk would be on those kind of areas. So before discussing or showing results of our work, I just wanted to show you one or couple of slides on what we mean by molecular simulations. If you think of a glass of water, and then we try to see what is happening inside it, then one way of doing is we have a very powerful microscope by which you can zoom in and see it. Alternatively, what we can do is we can write a few set of equations and then code them on the computer and try to see what is happening inside water, and then we probably see something like this, and that gives us an idea, or if you want to see it, what is happening inside, then you probably see the water molecules moving around and interacting with each other, forming instantaneous hydrogen bonds. And then there are a lot of various flavors in molecular simulations. One is like classical molecular dynamics simulations, where we treat all the atoms as classical particles, and then we write the potential energy function, use the Newton's equation of motion to integrate and update the position and momentum. Thereby we get something like this. We see water molecules inside, let's say in equilibrium phase. But if we are interested in understanding some activated processes, that means where we have kind of kinetic bottlenecks or energy barriers, so then what we need is, along with this potential energy term, we need to add some kind of bias potential to the Hamiltonian, so that that helps the system explore this kind of free energy surface or explore these basins. So this kind of analysis, this kind of enhanced sampling simulations are useful when we deal with this kind of processes where dimerization involves some kind of energy barrier. But then if you're interested in understanding, let's say, chemical reactions, including catalysis, then you need to take the help of, let's say, you need to include the electronic degrees of freedom, and then we run AIMD simulations or QMM simulations. And then there's another way which is emerging in molecular dynamics simulation is called machine learning interatomic potential based molecular dynamics simulations, where the potential energy of the system can be learned by a neural network, and then use those kind of models to run the simulation, and then apply enhanced sampling to calculate the free energy surfaces and overall thermodynamics and kinetics of the process. Just one slide on AI and machine learning, and probably you are all aware of this thing that 2024 it was given to physics as well as chemistry for 2 different sides of the AI/ML, and to the students, if you look at the neuron and a perceptron, then you get a lot of similarities in terms of inputs and outputs and something happening inside. So essentially what a neural network does is, it takes the signal from one end and passes it, and eventually these perceptrons you can think of as, you can combine them and create a neural network, add them in multiple layers to make it a deep neural network, and that can do wonderful things. So in chemistry, we are interested in, let's say, molecular property prediction, machine learning potential that can accelerate molecular dynamics, drug discovery, predicting chemical reactions, or even generate molecules or materials that can be eventually synthesized and used to design some materials. Now, what can AI offer to computer simulations? Better accuracy, and in terms of realistic modeling, so we can use these ML-based models to do DFT level accurate simulations. Efficient sampling, we can use some machine learning based data driven collective variables to enhance the sampling of the system or processes. We can even think of multi-scale modeling, where we can use large scale molecular systems, and we can use generative AI to design molecules and then deal with those things. So if you think of molecular dynamic simulations, naturally, this time scale and length scale correlation plot appears, which shows that when we are interested in doing something at the electronic level, we are restricted to few tens of atoms at the DFT level, right? And then the classical simulation is somewhere here, where you can deal with a system of few thousands atoms to 1 million atoms. But then there you compromise with accuracy. So the DFT, machine learning interatomic potentials, they bridge these 2 areas or these 2 kind of zones, where you can run the simulations at the speed of classical simulation, but with the accuracy of DFT. And this is the data-driven approach. And these kind of models can be utilized to understand, let's say, chemical reactions, catalysis, as well as other transformation. And then the coarse-grained models, again, there you can apply AI to get the multi-scale models, and then you can study drug delivery and those kind of biomolecular systems. So in our group at IIT Delhi, we have been doing both developing methods as well as applying them to real systems. So this is a graph neural network based method by which we could predict the solubility of, let's say, organic molecules, including pharmaceuticals. So now just, clicking just a few buttons, you can calculate the solubility of certain molecule in any solvent, literally. So this is based on, GNN and more or less like attention mechanism we applied there. And then very recently, we have come up with a method called SeedGen, by which we can use diffusion models like generative AI to generate drug molecules which is structure informed. That means it is based on the protein sequence as well as three-dimensional structure. So this is also very exciting stuff that we recently, in fact, it appeared yesterday. And then our group mostly focus on the machine learning potential development for reactive systems. And then we use graph coarsening for machine learning multi-scale model as well. So today I'll be mostly focusing on this one. If time permits, then I'll just flash a couple of slides in this part. Now, 2007, Beller and Parinello, they came up with this idea that potential energy in principle can be learned. And then they kind of developed this kind of architecture where you can train the network with energy, forces, and coordinates, and eventually get the energy of the system. So that means now if you feed a simulation, feed some data with energy, forces, and coordinates from DFT level calculations, then you get the energy, which is something that you can utilize in MD simulations. And then after this model, a lot of new avenues, new development came, and now this field is emerging like exponentially. Now, in our work, our interest initially was to understand or to study chemical reaction in explicit solvent. We can do chemical reactions using gas phase DFT calculations, but we wanted to make it more and more realistic. So then we utilized this active learning within the deep MD framework. And then, so if you look at this protocol, then probably you see that we start with a set of AIMD trajectories, and then we calculate DFT energy and forces. We use this active learning pipeline here, and we get the model. But it turns out that this kind of network is data hungry. That means you need millions and billions of configurations to get the ML potential. So then we developed a method by which we could filter out. So that means the configurations which are nearby or closely, if they are similar, then we combine them and put them into buckets, and then thereby we can choose a selected diverse set of configurations to develop the models. With this method, now we could reduce a few orders of magnitude in terms of the required data set for training the model. Now, if you give me like 1,000 configurations, then you can get the stable ML potential. And then we apply this method to study the chemical reaction. This is again a prototypical chemical reaction like SN2 reaction in explicit, let's say, water. And we found out the role of water molecules in modulating, doing the chemical reaction. We applied this method to study phase transition. This is again another important area that pharmaceutical industry is quite interested. So here we took a prototypical system of sodium chloride, and we studied order to disorder transition, going from molten sodium chloride to the crystalline phase. And there also we use some kind of order parameters and combine them linearly or non-linearly to understand these phase transitions. Then an important or crucial challenge in nanoscience is we talk about nanoparticles. The question is how the nanoparticles grow, or what is the birth mechanism. So we took a specific type of nanoclusters, which is called ligand protected. It's a monolayer protected ligand nanoclusters. And using our ML-MD, machine learning based molecular dynamics, with enhanced sampling, we could simulate the nucleation event or the birth of a nanocluster. And this is again in explicit solvent, that means in methanol. And we saw that the monomeric and dimeric precursors, they come together and form this star-shaped nanocluster. And we could also calculate the thermodynamics of it, and we saw that this is a kind of a downhill process, and solvent molecules play a crucial role in this process to, in the formation of the nanocluster. Then we thought, okay, now all the tools that we have with us, we could even go to the next level and study something called catalysis. again, the catalysis, we do gas phase. Typically, let's say if you want to do heterogeneous catalysis on the surface, you do DFT, right? But DFT calculations are mostly static. That means you don't usually include the entropy or the temperature into the consideration, although I mean analytically add it. But how can we make those simulations or the calculations realistic? That means real temperature, where the entropy is involved, and then kind of operate the conditions. You can also think about high temperature, high pressure, and do it. So again, our MLMD based simulations are useful in this. And you see here, so we studied the CO oxidation. Again, this is a known, very well studied process on a, so this catalysis of CO to CO2 conversion is catalyzed by a small nanocluster AU8 on F-center defect magnesium oxide surface. And probably you have already noticed how the CO molecule gets adsorbed to the peripheral gold atoms, and oxygen is anchored here, and then eventually they combine and form the CO2. And this we could also map on the free energy surface with certain reaction coordinates, and we found out interesting process, like how the carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide approaches the oxygen through this, and then eventually oxygen breaks and CO2 forms. So this kind of information is not possible doing normal DFT gas phase calculations, but now this is very realistic in terms of comparing with experiments. We have studied another system which is called Nano-Cluster Organic Framework. You have heard of MOF and COF, this year Nobel Prize. And this is another network is called Nano-Cluster Organic Framework. That means you replace the metal centers in a MOF by nanocluster. And this way, this material is much more stable, and it's promising for applications like in gas sensing and gas storage as well as catalysis. And we developed our machine learning potential for this system for the first time, and then we studied their dynamics. And it turns out that when we put the oxygen molecule inside the nanocluster organic framework, this guy, this tiny small molecule, explores the nanocluster framework or the framework solid, and there's two-dimensional pores. So if you project the movement of this oxygen inside this, you see it's a two-dimensional exploration of the oxygen. And we could also map this to the free energy surface with certain collective variables, and then we found out there's a beautiful symmetrical free energy surface with certain barriers when it goes from one pore to the other pore. So these are all about machine learning, molecular dynamics, enhanced sampling thing. And then these are like two methods that we recently developed. This is connected to structure property as well as generating molecules. So in this work, so we call this method as mole merger, because the solubility prediction is very tricky in a way that you know the molecule, organic solute, you know the solvent. And there's something that happens inside, when you put the solute inside the solvent, they mix together, and eventually you go to the wet lab and measure the solubility. But can we come up with a model by which we can predict it without doing anything, without even doing quantum calculations? So that's the amazing part of it. What we did, we kind of came up with a model which is called mole merger. That means you have a solute and you have a solvent, you merge them, and you kind of create a virtual bond between these two, connecting the most polar sides of the solute and the solvent, and that gives you a kind of combined graph. And then you use some kind of attention layer there, and this allows us to predict the solubility value. And interestingly, our method could predict large number of, the solubility of large number of solutes across various solvents, aqueous as well as non-aqueous. You see some of the known, very popular drug molecules and different solvents, and our numbers are kind of promising in terms of comparing the predicted as well as the experimental. And this is extremely fast. You can do it everything on your laptop. You don't need HPC and all. So I'll take 1 more minute if the chairman permits. 1 or 2? Okay, sure. Thank you. So then we thought, okay, now, so there is a drug design is a big thing, right? I mean, it's something that's extremely important in our lives. And then, so I've got a very fantastic, undergrad students. So they came to me and then told that, can we do something on connected to AlphaFold? Can you do something on drug design? I mean, I said yes. I mean, this is talk of the town. I mean, eventually, these guys, they won the Nobel Prize in AlphaFold, and they have already published few papers, and then they kind of give you or give us the directions where we should be heading next. AlphaFold is, yes, good. I mean, it can predict protein, folded structures of, few 100,000 to million, proteins from sequence. But then what is next? Once we know the structure of the protein, again, of course, we apply molecular dynamics and enhanced sampling to understand their dynamics. But then at the end of the day, we need to design some drug molecules to block them or to do something in the protein. And then this de novo design and kind of based on protein structure, this kind of things appeared very recently, last couple of years. And then we thought, let's try to utilize some of the ideas from AlphaFold, add our own, and try to find out some drugs, new using a generative model. So we came up with this method called SIDGen, which is structure-informed diffusion models for drug design. So the difference between normal drug design or virtual screening and this one is, what it does is, it takes the protein sequence, on the fly, it tries to find out its templates, the folded templates, and then it kind of designs the drug molecule based on that sequence as well as the 3D structure. So it uses the transformation architecture that AlphaFold uses, and then we use some kind of protein language model, and we use this embeddings, and then we combine this information from the protein language model as well as smiles from the ligands, and then try to develop some new drugs or new molecules based on a huge database that we used somewhere. Yeah, binding DB, there's a database which we use for the training, and then we use some smiles to modify the molecules based on our protein templates. So it has sequence embedding, templates, and then ligand generation. So with this, we could generate some molecules, and then we check their properties. They're well within kind of the known ligands, and it is not far from those kind of properties. So that means eventually the kind of molecule that we design should not be very different from the existing molecules, otherwise we'll be in trouble. So that we cross-check it. So in summary, our method, what it does is, it generates chemically valid, diverse molecules with reasonable drug-like properties, and then it uses some protein pocket structure, and then designs the molecules accordingly. So this way, it is kind of a flexible and generalized model, which could eventually be applied to any set of proteins. And then we kind of checked our numbers. These are matrices with compared to other methods, and we're kind of doing well. And in some cases, we are doing much better than the existing models. So with this, I come to the conclusion. Again, I kind of try to give you an overview of the stuff that we have been doing, but if you need specific details, I'm here so we can discuss. So AI-driven computer simulations can study a lot of things. Phase transitions, again, DFT level accurate. You can think of enzyme mimics, which can do enzyme-like stuff. You can study catalysis with unprecedented accuracy these days. And then you can think of applying GNN, transformers, generative AI to design molecules. And that would also eventually lead to next level of advancement in science. With this, I'd like to thank my group, all the members, and these are the guys who contributed to the stuff that I have discussed today. With this, thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah, lots of them.
So many motions in macromolecules, they take place on long time scales, yes, right? But if the MD simulations will only capture very short motions, short time scale motions, and then if you incorporate this into some AI-driven thing, how will it capture the longer motions in the dynamics?
Yeah. So normal molecular dynamic simulations like equilibrium one, they are kind of restricted to nanosecond to micro to millisecond time scale. Here what we apply is something called enhanced sampling method. That means you have the normal Hamiltonian, then we add the bias, periodically deposit the bias, and that is now non-equilibrium in a way that since we are depositing bias, then the time scale of, let's say, 100 nanosecond would correspond to some 100 millisecond. So that's the enhanced sampling part of it. And in the enhanced sampling part, that means we want to enhance some fluctuations in the system. So let's say if we think of protein folding, we take RMSD as an order parameter and we put the bias as a function of RMSD. That means the protein folding, which would take 1 millisecond, now can be studied using 100 nanosecond of enhanced sampling.
But it's biased along
It's
some
biased.
path, so it's
Yeah.
not.
It's biased along the path, and that path, finding the path is where we need the ML. Because the order parameters, if you think of protein folding, it's a long range, short range contacts. We use a neural network to understand, different kind of order parameters, embed them, and use the neural network as a order parameter, and then bias along that path.
But how is it validated? Because you can't experimentally measure the pathways to atomic resolution.
So then we project this one on a lower dimension and get the free energy surface. And from there we can see the thermodynamics of it, like folded, unfolded basin, what is the delta G, as well as we can even think of how we connect from the unfolded to the folded basin through the minimum free energy pathway.
And
Okay.
can you predict solubilities of proteins with your method?
That would be difficult because it's really big and eventually, so far we have tested small molecules. Yeah.
It's an exciting and interesting work here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
One thing that, can you predict the suitability and efficiency of a particular catalyst for a particular reaction? Like if I say field caps reaction, can you find out which catalyst will be more suitable and efficient for that reaction?
Yeah, in principle, this kind of GNN-based methods, there are few papers already where they have utilized certain descriptors on catalysis, like active sites and their coordination number, this kind of thing. Based on those, they can predict. It is possible. Yes, it is possible.
And also validate it with the experiments.
Yes, indeed.
It's possible.
Yeah.
That will be a very nice thing for the
Eventually, you
synthetic
can
chemists.
calculate the rates and then compare with the experiments. Yeah.
Good. Wonderful lecture, very fascinating.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Would you like to elaborate on application of your knowledge in the field of medical sciences? One question. Second question, with your knowledge and understanding, do you think you can synthesize peptide insulin and then you can allow peptide insulin to fold? Because folding in peptide is a problem, right?
Yes.
Has been a problem.
Yeah.
Kaiichi Takura did it long ago and he managed to get a lot of money from the company.
Yeah.
So comment on that, please, and then I frame third question. Okay, go on.
Okay, sure. For the first question, yes, in medical science, the one that I discussed at the seed gen, by which you can design drug molecules. The last work using generative AI, so now we can come up with some molecules which are have not been synthesized yet, and then we go to the wet lab, organic chemist, please synthesize this, and then we do in vitro and in vivo, and check whether these drugs are good for certain protein targets.
Let me remind you one thing, all of us know sitting here. In biological system, we have control on what we do in the test tube in the laboratory. But as far as genetics is concerned, you have no control on sporadic mutation.
True.
And single point mutation can drive us crazy,
True.
right?
Yes.
So when we talk about this aspect, we also have to take into consideration how much we understand deeply that the system is going to stay there. Yes. And that when we try to manipulate the genome, for that matter,
yes,
it is going to work. In the light of these realities,
yes,
perhaps your comment will be very fruitful. Because yes, eventually, I would love to see your work getting translated into something called prognostic potential. And we have tons and tons of old diseases. Then because of the changing atmosphere and pollution and messed up lifestyle and not sleeping honestly for 8 hours, so our body is constantly getting confused, and genome is constantly trying to understand and adapt, but in the process even our immune system is compromised.
Yes.
So I thought maybe you want to make a little more comment on that. Thank you. Go on.
Sequence evolution.
If I may interrupt, sir, I think we are running short of time. So maybe we can have this discussion. There is one. Could you please
Yes, hello, sir.
Did you say that you are going to include the entropic force in the macroscopic equation?
No, sir, these are, we are not adding entropy explicitly. What we are doing is we are running the simulation at NVT, let's say canonical setup.
Okay.
So then automatically entropy is included in the
So that is the result, not?
Yeah, that's it. Yes. So we talk about free energy now. Yes.
Okay, let's thank Tarak once again.
Thank you.
And with that, we come to the end of this session and over to Mahesh for the.
I now request Mr. Shubhankar to proceed with the presentation.
Let me open all of them. No, let me open all of them. Good morning, everybody. I usually start most of my things by saying something weird because I talk to mostly youngsters. Here, most of you will be familiar with some part, the first part of what I'm going to say, and why it's important for the second part of what I'm going to say. I have a limited time. I'll be brief, but we will start with the why rather than the what, how, when, where, etc. Why do we start with the why? Because all the others are available in Google, AI, etc. They can answer all your what, why, where, when questions. The why of what we are doing, why we are doing what we are doing, we will start with that. This is the part where most of the elder generation, they are familiar with. But bear with me because there are some youngsters here, or let's say younger people here. We'll kind of remind them. We start with BSc, then we do a Master's in Science, MSc, and suddenly we have a PhD. We don't have, it's PhD. So when I was a very young boy, I asked my dad, shouldn't it be a Doctorate of Science? Why do we say PhD? So he told me the full form is Doctorate of Philosophy. So I started doing my own research, why it's called as PhD. Many of the PhD holders of the current generation don't know the root of the word philosophy, why they are no longer just scientists, they are philosophers. So I'll elucidate a little bit. The root word philos is love. Yeah, and Sophie is thinking, learning, understanding. The elder generation, most of them know this. The current generation, they have lost out that philosophy, love of learning, as love of earning. The L has gone out. L, which stands for, if you're doing cryptic crossword, L stands for student or disciple, somebody who's studying. That love of learning has become love of earning. Yeah, everybody wants to earn, whether it is fame, mostly money. It's not the fault of this current batch of youngsters. It's us, the elder generation, the parents, who kept on harping and still harp. You should earn tons of money. You should get fame as soon as you can. Because, and even in science institutes, the grants goes to one with the, who are doing applications-based research. Yeah, they're no longer doing it for the love of science or love of learning. They're doing it for the sake of earning, whatever form that earning comes in. So application-based research. Now, think about this. If Raman had, I'm sure this man had no clue. These philosophers, I'm going to introduce 3 of those philosophers to you. This guy had no clue that, Raman scattering or the work that he did on will eventually lead to medical science, whatever we have, MRI and blah, 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 all those things, right? He didn't have any clue. People who did work in quantum physics, Dirac himself, I think, was the guy who said, right, that there is no practical application for this. We are just doing quantum science. And this is a quantum device which even my maid has this, right? We are using, so it took 100 years, but it came. But they had no clue that it's going to have a practical application. So they didn't do application-based research. The difference between machine learning, we were all discussing a little while ago about AI and human. So far, we haven't been able to build a machine that can love. So without love of understanding, love of learning, the reason the world is such a dystopia now is the love has disappeared. The love of learning has disappeared. Can we bring back a bit of that love so that we can get a better world? That's what I'm trying to do. Let's see. We already have this. Yeah, let me see the Curie thing. Right. So when I generally talk to the young audiences, I say that to be not just a scientist, to be a good, decent human being, to be kind, you need to be bold. You need to be courageous. If all you have been told is to just listen to, bow down to everything that has been told to you by elders, it's a mistake. We only grow when we are asking questions. And so if this lady, her struggle for 1 gram of radium, if she had patented it, unlike our current batch of Musks and Altmans and et cetera, everything is a patent. If this lady or any of these people had patented the technology, Jonas Salk, the vaccine man, all these things, we wouldn't have all these beautiful, miraculous things that we are benefiting from now, if they had been selfish. So selflessness is required. And to be selfless, you need to be bold. And it's only the bold people. Yeah. These are my favorite guys. These are my daily mantras. And this is what I propagate to all the people who come for our Harite programs. That I would rather have questions that can't be answered, that is religion, than answers that can't be questioned. Sorry, the first part is science and the second part is religion. That's the only differentiation between religion and science. I shall tell you something and thou shalt listen, don't ask questions. And of course, scientists don't give a crap about that, because without questions, there's no science. There's no thinking, there's no understanding, there's no learning. So we need love, we need courage, and with those things comes human decency and caring, empathy for the other, and that's why we have vaccines that reach out to billions versus where you need to buy for billions, you need vaccines. Okay, so this was the why of it is important, because without getting love of science, we will only have earning from science. Yeah, and the current batch, as I said, the guilty party are us. My daughter would rather go to, Starbucks, instead of go to a Darshini hotel and say, buy two. I love to share with my friends. I want to buy 2 coffee. That's a very Kannadiga word. So we brought in some Kannadiga words, which have now become buzzwords. How many of you have heard the word Harite, non-Kannadigas? Harite. Harite is, I'm a Bangalorian, I'm a Bengali, so there's this thing called adda. Chalo adda. Chalo amra adda kori. Right? Katte, arette, harate. So the Kannada word is harite. This is now being spoken, this word, Vijnana Harite, is now actually being spoken in the US and places where pedagogical things are discussed in some conferences and stuff. Pedagogy. Harite has become a buzzword in international circles. It's slowly spreading. So some of you beautiful people have participated in these Harites of mine. and, sorry, not mine, of these things that we do. And you know how infectious it is to see that gleam of understanding in the eyes of the youngster when you describe to them what autophagy really is. It's just fasting, upas karna. No? Amra upas kori. So autophagy is a jargon, scientific word, and blah, blah, blah. Who cares? The philosophy is this. These are your grandchildren, grandnephews. You have come to a massive function. We used to have this. How wisdom goes from one generation to the next. So you have these grandparents. The parents are busy with their festivities. There's the grandparents who are spending time with the kids. And there's this transfer of wisdom from the previous generation to the next, not immediate children. And the grandparents don't use jingo or jargon. They very lucidly explain to these kids what exactly they are doing, whether it is astrophysics or nanotechnology or medicinal biology or etc. Right? They say very lucidly, in the form of this harate, in the form of chit-chat, gup-shup, they describe what exactly they are doing to these kids. So this is how wisdom passes from one generation to the next, and that's what we are trying to bring back. Yeah? So we avoid of jargon or esoteric scientific words and stuff, and we do harate. So we build connections between the generations. We are trying to bring back some of those old style stuff back. How do we do it? I'll describe certain of the activities that we do. This is Vijnana Harate. You will recognize some familiar faces. There's Vikram Jairam, who brought his, if you see in his hand, he's got his mother's the joint, which is built of titanium. So this personal story, I told him, treat these kids like your grandchildren and grandparents, the grandnephews and blah, blah. You're related to them. He tells this story that he put his mother's corpse into the crematorium. The only thing that came out in that thing, apart from the ash, was that indestructible material. This material science engineering makes sense to these youngsters. Don't describe molecules and stuff like that. Show that, tell them what it is, let them ask the questions. That's another rule that we have, that in any of our Harate sessions, there's nothing called as a stupid question or a silly question. Anything is permitted. You're permitted to talk about God, religion, philosophy, blah, blah, anything. If the Haretegara, the main person who is conducting the Harate, if they have answers, they say, yeah, or they say, let's find out together. So that humility is important, that I don't know, but yeah, that's okay. It's okay not to know. We will never know all the answers to the questions that we have because we are just sapient creatures, we are not gods. So the difference between sapiens and Homo erectus, that is another example that I give. Homo erectus is, I see a lot of, 90% of the population walking around are all erect people walking around on two legs. Hardly few people are using the sapient abilities, the thinking abilities. So I say, prove yourself that you're a sapient creature on a daily basis. Yeah, that's one thing. So here's Dr. Sita, here's Bharat Ratra. He's explaining to the kids about the distance, how do you calculate astronomical units. There's Dr. Sita telling those kids, that's a girls' school in Mysore. She is telling them that the economics of sending 1 kilogram of material to escape velocity, right, to space. She was, the engineering scientist of ISRO when they sent this. I call her mom of mom, Mars orbiter mission. So she's explaining that the Bangalore-Mysore highway that you have, 10 kilometers, what it takes to, the amount of expenditure that is necessary, you do it for lesser than that you send, we did this MOM mission. And there is Meva Singh, Professor Meva Singh, talking to this bunch of regional reporters, saying why building that Mysore-Bangalore highway was a mistake and it decimated the monkey population of that entire region. You can recognize, I think, Navalgund, and here's Uday Maitra doing his chemistry magic with this crowd of people. So, younger crowd, but that's who we are trying to reach. The parents are busy earning money or whatever they are earning. We are reaching out to the next generation because that's what really matters. We don't know, this dystopia needs to have some form of cure. We are trying to find, make small breakthroughs about reaching this younger generation without the interference of the parents. So let the grandparents get together with the grandchildren is kind of the thing. So we have this other program, Vijnana Aranya. I will also explain the financial reason why we are now concentrating more on the Aranya programs. Where we go to, this really is at the, there is one, you will see a Gurukula thing happening there. It's inside the forest. The Gurukula is inside the forest in Mekadatu. Those kids sitting in a circle, they are near that, river, Kaveri river thing, okay? So most of these programs are held in remote, extremely remote places, in rural places. And I have a belief, because I have seen those kids, I've worked with those kids, they're not distracted by these damn things. I think the next Ramanujan, the next Raman, the next Baba, all these people will come from our remote and from the village and tribal schools or places. So we also know that if true science is not just you go there, poke once and come back, it doesn't work, which most of the people who are doing it that way. How we are different is, we realize that ek baar poke karna hai, you incite the interest, but then you need to keep revisiting those people, keep re-engaging with them, only then it makes a difference. First one, you have poked them, incited them, ignited them. Second, you give them more opportunities to keep engaged, right? So what we are doing is, the next one, right? Yeah. We have invited those kids, Chiguru Srujana Vidya Shale, it is called as. We invited them to Vishwashraya Museum, Bangalore. So some other people who are from Devanahalli, we invited them to the Molecular Biology Lab, IISc. So they got actually a glance of what research is. Imagination versus coming and seeing the lab, touching those instruments, peering into the microscope. Yeah, you'll see some people looking at solar flares. That's at the VITM museum. There's this chap showing the planetary, solar system in the, they have this beautiful display. So how this works, here's the proof. So if I'm talking to scientists, I need to present proof. There's this guy there at the end, Parthoda knows this chap. Damn. There's at the middle place, where's the pointer thing? There's this guy here. He now works at the MCB lab. He's finishing his PhD. 20 Birla Museum for this program. I went and kind of spoke something. That chap, he was there. After some time, he brought his parents and introduced them to me and all that. He is finishing his PhD. And so he joined IISc. He said, Dada, I refuse anybody to call me sir. So I said, maximum you can call is Dada. So this guy, he kept in touch with me. I kept on giving him, mentoring him, giving him pieces of information, what to do, how to do, etc., etc. Now he is finishing his PhD. He's a topper. He's among the most brilliant minds you can find. So there are similar stories like this. So 5 years ago, the things that we did, there are people. Now, this chap, he sent me a WhatsApp message. We are, most of these people who have, come into these programs, many of them keep in touch, the people who are interested. And he was asking me, there are 4 people I have been speaking to over these years. The SRF program of the academy hasn't been announced. They are waiting to join the SRF program. Yeah? So he is not only taken that himself, he's actually mentoring the next batch to come and take up pure science, right? So that's the proof of the pudding. This is Vijnana Aranya, where we go out. Oh, this is something very interesting and beautiful. You might be interested. I think we spoke about this during our personal discussions and stuff. So Ganita, maths is the language of the universe. So it underlies anything that has a pattern. And music is made of pattern. We got these 2 people. You see the Jugalbandi of Bharatnatyam and Kathak going on there. So I called these people and said, you explain the, wo chakkar marte hain, iske piche what is that equation, what is the proportions and all that. Describe, as you do that, describe it to them. There's Krishnani Begane Baro, this lady performed that beautiful Bharatnatyam. There's an algebraic equation to that. So anything, there's that Hilbert Hotel, you can see those kids have constructed. I wrote the script and gave them that, okay, this is what Hilbert's hotel, the Hilbert's infinity, some infinities are bigger than other infinities, that concept. You can see Rohini Di here, you can see Tirthankar Bhattacharya here, they're all having a ball of a time, you know, playing with the kids, having Harita sessions with the kids, and, you know, practical applications. There's Kiran Kumar, ISRO ex-chairman, playing games. Yeah? When we play games, when we are having fun, that's the most learning that we have. That is how we learn to love. Yeah? We love learning when we are having fun, and that's what these people are doing. I have some ideas which I would like to take forward with any of you who is interested, but let me finish this first. Oh, these are some other programs. What other means? There's this group, you'll see that group there singing. They actually wrote lyrics about laser. So they are singing a Kannada song. Lokagita they have turned into laser. It's a song about laser, right? And then we have all these kind of, whether it is autobiographical natakas, Vijnana Nataka, so the plays either, that's Leelavati's daughter's thing, Leelavati's Nataka. There is a recitation thing happening there, there is paper folding, etc. There's one gentleman I have brought here, a gem of a person. Vijnana Yuvati is one thing that happened once, we are trying to revive it. That requires a little bit of money, because here we are giving skill-based training, again, science. So you have to do, why it matters, vermiculture, why it matters, how it is different from, normal fertilizer, and etc. So that these ladies in the forests and tribal areas and all that, they can generate an income while doing nice things. Okay, these are some of the regular things that we do, teacher training programs. We recently had a educators roundtable. You will see some monks and Swamijis who have come in here. We are an inclusive thing. We want everybody. We don't care about your religious affiliation, your personal beliefs and all those things. If you are doing good pedagogy, if you are doing good science, we want those good parts. It doesn't matter to us who you are, where you are coming from, what your personal beliefs are. Leave them at the door, come and share your good ideas with us. What are the things that work? We will share. So we had this Buddhi school, you see the old lady, her school has only 65 kids. And I'm sure each one of these 65 kids are turning out to be brilliant people. We have a special thing called Women in Science. You must have heard about Leelavati's daughters. So we pay a little bit of extra attention to women in science. One beautiful person is here. He has done the translation. And there are some people here, Renee Borges. We have some of these people. Geti, she has promised to give a Leelavati's lecture during March. So women in science, one is the women in the Leelavati book, Leelavati's daughters. We invite them in collaboration with SOA University, Odisha. Nachiketa is here with us. He is coordinating with me to have these lectures on a regular basis. And this is the first version of the things that have already been published. We are also doing women scientist talks, heritage again, at VITM, that is Vishweshwara Museum. So these people are getting on board with us because they are seeing the difference that we make, the way we do it. This heritage system, making personal connections and not being preachy about science. When they see that these things work, people want to collaborate with us and do joint programs. I'm hoping that will continue to become a pan-India network. This is something that we are discussing right now. Parthoda, every time I send a report, he sent me, when are you going to be a pan-India thing? It should not be called as the Bangalore Academy. I said, yeah, with help of all you people, we want to make this a more enlightened country. Wherever you are, from whatever institutions you're coming, whatever states or regions you're representing, connect us, connect us. There are beautiful people doing beautiful things, but in islands. There's that fantastic guy called Harisha who is doing fantastic outreach here. So every time I go to, we went to Mysore, Bhubaneswar. Mahesh introduced me to some people there. I went to, yesterday we met, on the first day we met this IIT Dean, who is also in charge of the outreach. And he was interested. So if we can have hubs, we already have a Mysore hub. So because we lack funds, the beauty is we have beautiful people. There is a heritage building in the heart of Mysore. It's called Mahila Sadan, established in 1938, so pre-independence times. That building, the lady now, she's a trustee, she's renovating that space using lakhs of rupees for us to hold programs, for TACT to hold programs there. She refuses, the people in Mysore refuse to take even an honorarium from us. You know, they are traveling on their own, they are going to those remote places, building connections, coordinating, you bring your scientist, your communicator, we will get these schools for you, and ultimately we are reaching those children. That was the reason I said that why we are doing Vijnana Aranya more, because the expenditure, you know what, we do one big program, with that same money we do 3 Aranya programs. So because we are a little short on the money part, if you pay attention here, it would feel like we are begging, we are not. You would spend 5,000, 10,000 bucks on a family outing on a weekend. That 5,000, 10,000 bucks is all that we need. We don't want 50 lakhs, not from individuals. We try to avoid corporates, organizations, foundations, blah, 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 all those things, because there will always be some strings attached. They will tell us how to do what we do. We don't want that. We are already doing fantastically beautiful work. Just thoda rakho dimag mein, dil mein, ke, you know, just send us a 5,000 bucks sometimes. Send us a 10,000 bucks sometimes. This beautiful man, I said, you know, Dada, without a website, we cannot have good outreach. He took out a checkbook, he asked me, how much do you need? I said 50,000 bucks. He took out a checkbook, he wrote a 50,000 thing, and he gave it to me. This is what we want. Dil se, we are connecting with the hearts of these youngsters. That's the only way it will work. They have to love. We have to propagate the love of learning. Love of learning. They already have it in their hearts, these youngsters. We just have to keep that flame alive. And little bit of material resources, if you can all help us, especially with connections. Whatever institution you come from, ISER, NISER, IIT, wherever, any university, connect us. Let us connect all these islands so that, you know, everybody benefits. We share what we are doing, what are the methods that work, what are the things we are lacking in. RR told us about this, you know, people who are, you know, disadvantaged. So for blind people, there's this man who designs a mathematical, you know, outreach for people with, you know, visual disabilities and all that. So we are trying to do those things. We are finding out creative ways, fun, playful ways, and how to bring back the love of learning, pure science, so that we will have more of actual philosophers than simply engineers and pharmaceutical people. Thank you. I think you're welcome to ask me questions. Have any questions, any doubts, any suggestions, any advice? Please share it with us. Anyone? No? Okay, thanks anyway.
Thank you, Shubhankar, and I take immense pleasure in rendering this moment. This moment is to unveil e-versions of the Leelavathi's daughters. To put you into the perspective, I would like to present a brief on this. The initiative of the Academy to create a Women in Science panel was rooted in a simple yet but powerful conviction that young women who dream of futures in science, engineering, medicine and related fields deserve guidance, inspiration, and voices they can call their own. To nurture these aspirations, the panel has brought together a remarkable collection of essays tracing the lives and journeys of Indian women scientists. This collection, lovingly compiled into the book Leelavati's Daughters, the Women Scientists of India, offers readers an intimate glimpses into the personal and professional odysseys of nearly 100 women who have carved their place in the scientific landscape of the country. Spanning an extraordinary range of disciplines, these essays reveal what first drew each of these women to science, what sustained their curiosity, and what helped them overcome hurdles to achieve distinction. More than mere biographical sketches, these narratives illuminate passion, perseverance, and possibility. They echo the cultural diversity of our nation and capture experiences that any young woman, no matter where she comes from, can relate to, learn from, and be inspired by. The book Leelavati's Daughters was joyously released on 31st October in 2008 in the annual meeting of the Academy at IIT Delhi. Since its release, the book's impact has continued to grow. It is now available in Malayalam as Leelavatiyude Panmakkal, published by the Kerala Shastra Sahitya Parishad. Today, we take immense pride in e-launching the Kannada version entitled Leelavatiya Koriyaru, and in Odia, Leelabatinka Satheka Kanya editions. These translations, crafted with dedications by Dr. Nachiketa Sharma, Director of Section Anusandhan University in Orissa, and Shri V.S.S. Shastri, National Awardee recognized for his outstanding contribution for popularizing science as an individual in Kannada, carry the book's spirit into new linguistic and cultural spaces. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the reviewers, our distinguished fellow Dr. Bedanga Das Mohanty and Dr. B.S. Shailaja for their careful evaluation of the translations, as well as to the editors, late Professor Rohini Godbole and Professor Ram Ramaswamy, whose vision and effort made this initiative possible from the very beginning. I now call upon Dr. Nachiketa Sharma and V.S.S. Shastri to the stage, please. It's our proud privilege that some of the distinguished scientists featured in the book, Professor Rene Borges, may kindly rise, Professor Gaiti Hassan, and Professor S.K. Khanduja, and Professor Pushpa Khare are with us today, gracing this gathering with their presence and contributing to inspire us with their work. Please come to the stage. Now I request President of the Academy, Professor Raghavan, to do the honors and also to unveil the books.
Should be here, right? Or not? What do I do?
Professor Sharma also helped us in buying back 500 copies of the book. Thank you very much for that. Now we'll proceed to the rest of the day's proceedings. We'll now break for coffee and we reassemble at 4 o'clock for the business meeting. Kindly note that the venue of the business meeting is not at the lecture hall complex as announced. It will be at the same venue. It is requested that only fellows to stay back for the business meeting of fellows. Thank you very much.